Over the course of the last 9 months, I've been playing through the Strange Men Anthology on this channel. This video is a compilation of all 4 parts, each of which have been re-edited based on the feedback I received. This goes from my 3rd ever video to my most recent video, so there will be a noticeable quality increase as it goes on. I hope you enjoy! I don't blame you if you aren't familiar with that poem. After all, I would be surprised if you were alive in the 1800s. But I'm willing to bet that for a few of you, a single name popped into mind. Uri. Uri is a JRPG developer most prominently known for creating the Strange Men Anthology, a series of 4 RPG Maker horror games released in the 2010s. It is consistently praised for its story and atmosphere, with many calling the series a beautiful yet terrifying experience. It contains mysteries and puzzles, my 2 chronic addictions, so the second I saw the series bundle on sale for $5, I knew I had to get it. Today, we get to take a look at the first title, 2012's The Crooked Man. Let's look at the plot synopsis page on the wiki, since the Steam one is somewhat lackluster. In The Crooked Man, you play as David Hoover, a troubled single man who just bought a new apartment with the help of his 2 friends, Paul and Marion. Soon, he realizes that there may be something wrong with the place. It seems somehow haunted. Not long after, he finds a letter, and another. Soon, he follows a trail of notes which lead him to abandoned areas in town. However, he isn't alone. Along the way, he meets a variety of people who each have their own problems, all similar to David's. And at each stop, he sees one familiar face, a man with an impossibly bent neck. Between avoiding him and solving many riddles, you're sure to have a great time with The Crooked Man. Content warnings: violence, disturbing images, and a scene of suicide. Violence and disturbing imagery are par for the course on this channel since I mainly discuss horror games, but I will make sure to give a very clear warning before anything relating to suicide appears. The Crooked Man has 5 different endings, 4 bad and 1 good. I will be covering all of them in this video, as well as the decisions that caused them. Now without further ado, I think it's about time we got to know David Hoover. David has just finished moving into a new apartment with the help of his friends Paul and Marion Martin, a newlywed couple. It's a little run down, but it came with the furniture, which definitely helped cut down on the costs. The Martins leave, but Paul forgets his license on the table. As David looks around his new place, let's talk controls. You are incredibly fast, which helps later on when you need to navigate larger areas, but can also be frustrating when you're trying to make precise movements under pressure. I found myself overshooting my targets fairly frequently. David heads towards the hallway to see if he can catch up with Paul and return his license, only to overhear Marion scolding him for finding such a disheveled apartment. She quickly apologizes, realizing it's probably the best option at the moment and she's just worried for David's well-being. They both agree to come over and visit soon. I can't believe we just witnessed a healthy relationship with communication and understanding in a horror game. David decides that returning the license can wait for now and heads to bed. Before he can do so, he gets a phone call from someone named Shirley, who quickly hangs up the phone. David shrugs it off and crawls into bed, only to be woken up by crying down the hall. David tries a few doors and asks them if they could turn their misery down a few notches, but the only resident to respond doesn't hear anything and is ready to throw hands if you don't leave them be. Back in the apartment, David notices writing on the mirror telling him to look under the bed. Doing so reveals a note. Ever since she went away, I've spent every night clutching my sweaty pillow and writhing. I can't say goodbye. What other choice do I have? David assumes it's from the former tenant and goes back to sleep, this time ignoring the continued sobbing. The next morning, he finds Paul in the hallway looking for his license, which is promptly returned. David asks him if he left any writing on the mirror, but Paul denies involvement. David heads to the hospital to visit his mother, who seems to be losing her grip on reality. Believing him a stranger here to do her harm, she screams for help. As the doctors attempt to sedate her, she recognizes David as her son and begs him not to leave, but he is asked to leave anyway due to her confusion. David returns home, halting at the scrape of a chair leg across floorboards to his left. A chair was moved out of the way, revealing a leaflet for a school, probably more of the old tenant's belongings. Marion calls to check up on David, revealing she was the one who gave his new phone number to Shirley, the woman that called the prior night. This Shirley is supposedly worried about him, but David relays that he doesn't need her worry and that she should just look out for herself. They bid each other adieu, but before David can go to bed, his TV turns on. Upon going to the sink, David finds another note, one containing a poem we should all be very familiar with by now. David goes to bed but is dragged back to consciousness by more sobs, this time resembling those of a child. No one is in the hall, so David retrieves. A teacup fell to the floor in his room, the liquid from inside fallen into the form of a plea for help. The next morning, David calls Paul to see if he knew who the previous tenant was. Something is seriously wrong with this apartment. If he can track them down, he might be able to get some answers. Paul recommends David talk to his landlady, a sweet old woman who offers to check. David declines, claiming he was merely curious and doesn't want her to have to go through the trouble. Off the top of her head, she remembers that he was a man about David's age. David returns to his room, only to find tracks on the floor leading to the crack in the wall, a key nestled inside. David ponders the recent events. A ghost, maybe? Doubtful. Not that anyone would care if a ghost took him out anyway. He wonders if the previous tenant experienced these things too, hence why he left in such a hurry. David goes to sleep. In the middle of the night, static and distortion permeate the room. David locates the source of the noise, a radio in the closet with an address on a nearby note labeled "Our Special Place." That's certainly odd. David runs, staying the night with the Martins. Paul remarks that David doesn't look so good, but David weasels out of the line of questioning with some lighthearted teasing. Paul lets him know that if he ever needs anything, David shouldn't hesitate to call. Paul also mentions that he talked to Marion about giving his contact information to Shirley, seeming more mad about the situation than David does. Apparently, Shirley is David's ex-girlfriend. He planned to marry her, but she recently left him. David tells Paul that he plans to go on a trip since he took time off from work to move and get settled. David gives a half-hearted farewell before hopping into his car for a 5-hour drive. He believes that if he's going to locate the former tenant, their special place was probably as good a place as any to start. What a great way to start off. The game is almost entirely silent, which is ingenious. When you're used to silence, any sound effects stab right through the air and set you on edge. The characters are super interesting, and I'm genuinely worried for David's well-being. I love the setup of the plot with David growing so paranoid about the strange occurrences in his apartment that he starts to take drastic measures. Honestly, I suspect that he also wants something to do on his days off other than mull over Shirley. As much as he's acting like everything is okay, that was clearly a very deep cut. His friends and even Shirley herself are worried for him. Now, if at any point in the video you want to stop and check out the game for yourself, it's free on the original launch page and really cheap on Steam if you want to support the developer. David arrives at his destination, Hotel Ruinheim. The place seems to be deserted. As he looks around, David finds a note similar to that of the ones that he found in his room. It seems the former tenant was dumped, just like David. As he continues to explore, the sound of a piano floods the halls. David quickly locates the source of the music, a girl named Sissy looking for a box she left at this hotel. David agrees to help look for her box, and she agrees to tell him if she sees anyone matching the description of the tenant. The search continues, and David finds a trapdoor in the owner's room. Climbing down, he pulls out a lighter to go get a closer look. Was someone locked in here? The strange man barrels towards David, grabbing his ankle during the escape. During the only QuickTime event in the entire game, David kicks him off and slams the trapdoor shut. What was that thing? It can't have been human, its neck was crooked to the side like it'd been snapped. A crash sounds from upstairs. Part of the ground around Sissy has fallen. David persuades her to jump towards him before the remaining floorboards tumble into the abyss. To try and help her calm down, David asks her about the box. Apparently it was a gift from her boyfriend that she treasures dearly. Successfully calm, the duo split up once again. David decides to investigate the library. There's a book on the table about the occult that he thinks Paul would love. Apparently he is way too into that stuff for his age. As he explores, David notices that the trapdoor sealing that monster in the cellar is now open again, with the Crooked Man nowhere to be found. Although David can't seem to locate the Crooked Man certainly manages to locate him. David pushes him into the hole in the floor from Sissy's accident, hopefully getting rid of the man for good. David finds a photo on the ground, more of a pile of ashes than anything else. Next to it lays another of the tenant's notes. I don't need her memory anymore because I know she won't come back. I have to erase everything, good and bad, and all the memories inside of me too. David remarks that even though the tenant burned the photo to mend his broken heart, David could never do the same. He reunites with Sissy, who has had no luck finding her box. She remarks that David looks unwell, prompting him to warn her about the crooked man. She dismisses the thought and leaves. David finds red writing on the floor of the bar, a contradictory plea. David smashes a bottle of alcohol atop the monster's head, using his lighter to set it ablaze. Just in case, David grabs a knife to defend himself. He soon finds a trail of blood leading to Sissy, who caught her arm on something and sliced it open. David bandages it up. Sissy reveals that the box was actually a gift from her ex. When they were still together, this hotel was their special place. She's been worried about the box for quite some time, but only now worked up the courage to search for it. Apparently her boyfriend left her because he appreciated her kindness, but it was all she had. She hands David a key and he leaves her to rest. This story sounds quite familiar, but not all the pieces fit. This hotel is Sissy's special place, but she can't have been dating the tenant because both of them were broken up with and have been struggling to move on. Still, what are the odds of such similar circumstances? David starts down the hall, but is stopped by words that have continued to haunt him since before all of this began. Kindness is all you have. Maybe the tenant isn't the only one with similarities to Sissy. David uses the key on the door to the courtyard, finding Sissy's box and moving to return it before hearing a scream from the room with the piano. The crooked man has found her. David tells Sissy to run, initiating the first boss fight of the game. This boss fight is pretty clunky but really easy. The crooked man slowly walks around with brief bursts of speed. You can wait for him to use a burst, stab him, and then retreat. You continue this until he's dead or at least temporarily stopped. This is your first opportunity for a bad ending. You have 2 different dialogue options that will dictate what happens next. Let's start with the bad ending. I'm sure that would have been more emotionally impactful if it didn't throw me right back into the beginning of the boss fight. This is thankfully the only time the game doesn't give you the option to save before making ending-altering decisions. Here's the correct way to progress. On a whim, David tries the key from the crack in his wall on the box, which works like a charm. Inside is another note with another address. It seems this journey isn't over yet. David and Sissy part ways, with David hopping back into his car on the way to this mysterious new address. That concludes Scene 1. I have to admit, I was not expecting to ever be scared by an RPG Maker horror game, but this got me good quite a few times. The atmosphere itself is already eerie enough to perpetually keep me on edge. Plus, the sound design stays pretty solid. The noises for the Crooked Man are a little too loud by default, but you can edit that in the sound settings. Uri really loves using these wet and disgusting crunching sound effects that just send shivers up your spine. They're absolutely perfect. Now, all of that being said, there are still some issues. From minor expected things like translation inconsistencies to more fundamental game design flaws, there's thin coverage across the spectrum. The maps continue to grow as the story progresses, making navigation confusing to keep track of. Knowing where to go is also kind of a mess. With occasional backtracking as a requirement, every time you don't have a clue to continue onwards, you have to comb the entire map, even places you've already searched. It eventually got to the point where I just opened up a walkthrough for those segments so this 3-hour game didn't turn into a 10-hour game. The confrontations with the Crooked Man varied in how well they communicated what you were supposed to do. During the bar fight, I clicked whatever I could find and stumbled onto the bottle solution. For the fight in the room with the hole in the floor, I had to look it up. You're supposed to look at the hole mid-fight to activate an animation of pushing the monster in, which is really unintuitive. There was also that one-time use of a QuickTime event which made the game feel really cheap. Seeing the prompt to rapidly press Z ruined my immersion in the blink of an eye, which is sad because I was panicking when that chase first started. Here's to hoping we get some improvements at our next location. Still not having slept, David takes a day-long drive out to the school from the leaflet in his desk drawer. A shadow runs past but quickly disappears. David explores all of the professor's rooms, finding a security box in each. These boxes are some of my favorite puzzles in the game, scrounging around for the codes to unlock them by going through old school memorabilia. My personal favorite was when I had to associate this wire sculpture with a binary translation table in a nearby book to get the combination. Inside the box is the key to the reference room. David goes searching for it when he's kicked down the staircase by the same shadowy figure as before. This is D, which is a nickname that stands for Dickhead. He's an alumni of this school and the most punchable person in the game. He leaves you be for now. In a nearby room, David removes a painting from a wall to reveal another code. After shuffling around a table for a bit, David baits the Crooked Man and locks him inside the room. If you don't lock the room, you die, which I personally dislike. Narratively, it makes sense that you would need to lock the door, but I also feel that it should be done automatically, since that's the precedent set by the original encounter with the trapdoor. David runs away, panicking as the Crooked Man is clearly following him, and with determination too. This trip took an entire day by car, yet here he was after traveling on foot. David stumbles into a room occupied by Dee, who's listening to a tape of his graduation ceremony. Even though he graduated 3 years ago, he's still yet to pass the bar exam to become a lawyer. He's been dedicating all his time at home to passing his 6th attempt. David warns him about the Crooked Man, but Dee ignores him and barges out. David reflects on another painful memory. David finds another scrap from the notebook in the hallway. It seems our mystery tenant was trying to be a lawyer, just like Dee. Shortly after, another note reveals that the tenant was lacking something needed to succeed in his field that he refused to acknowledge in hopes of fulfilling his dreams. This resonates with David, spurring forth a splitting headache. Prying his eyes open, he has just enough time to turn before the Crooked Man wraps his fingers around David's throat. The grip tightens, squeezing the air from David's lungs until he collapses. But he's not dead yet. David wakes to find that he's alive, but feeling even worse than before. He realizes he hasn't slept in over a day, and locates the infirmary to try and get some rest. David's consciousness drifts away from the fog of sleep, and he returns to his search with more energy than before. In the computer room, David gets yet another code before a laptop in the corner turns on by itself. This is one of my favorite scenes in the game. The horrible words, the intensity of the sounds growing more and more overwhelming, followed by a message just for you. Die, 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 die. Super creepy, and one of the first things to completely overwhelm David. Dee hears the commotion and runs back to check if David is okay. David brushes him off, but Dee grows genuinely concerned after glimpsing how sickly David has become. He offers him a drink. The two have a civil conversation for once, with Dee agreeing to keep an eye out for the tenant, and David agreeing to try and find some lecture notes left for Dee by his favorite professor. David gives a final warning about the Crooked Man, with Dee remarking that he has a knife to defend himself if push comes to shove. Using the most recently found code, David enters the room of Dee's favorite professor. Unfortunately, in a notebook on the table, there are some less than kind words. David tears the page out, not wanting Dee to be subjected to such cruelty. After exiting the room, David sees the Crooked Man roaming the halls and decides to warn Dee, who's in a room rapidly flooding with gas. David tries to leave, but the Crooked Man stands guard on the other side of the exit, leaving the duo forced to find another route. Ignoring the logical flaws of why this would be happening and how you escape, let's talk about the gameplay itself. You have 2 minutes to spam every object in the room trying to find anything that you can interact with. You're constantly interrupted by coughing that completely halts your movement. You get to save right beforehand, so you have multiple attempts, but it's still fairly tedious. David throws Dee on his shoulder and carries him up an elevator shaft to safety. They go to the infirmary to rest, and Dee properly thanks David for saving his life. Unfortunately, David drops a paper on the way out. Dee reads his professor's note and storms out of the infirmary. David chases after him, finding him in a second-floor lecture hall. This is our next bad ending opportunity.
It wasn't me. It was you. You killed them and yourself. David.
Normally, I would shift over to the good ending here, but we need to talk about what just happened. David, out of the kindness of his heart, tried to encourage Dee not to give up and to continue pursuing his dreams. Dee ignored him and pushed past, but David still called out to try and talk to him. After all, there's a dangerous monster outside and we don't want Dee getting hurt. However, it seems Dee wants David getting hurt, because he drives his knife into David's chest and leaves him for dead. Now, even though I cannot fathom the logic behind this decision, I still love the rest of this ending. Dee coldly walks away before being swiftly killed by the Crooked Man. The Crooked Man makes his way towards David, but he doesn't finish him off. He whispers in his ear before leaving him to bleed out on the floor. I love that he does not kill David in this ending. David died by trying to help, which feels even more impactful. The Crooked Man is mostly right here. He didn't kill David, David's own actions did. But that's illogical, right? David did his best and Dee made a rash decision, so obviously Dee's at fault. But what's one of the things we've learned about David? He blames himself for everything. The Crooked Man perfectly preyed upon David's insecurities to torment him to the very end. Here's the correct option. David uses his own experiences to help Dee out after having gone through a similar situation. He doesn't want Dee to waste his life away by only considering one option. Passions can lie in many areas, and getting tunnel vision won't help anyone. As the duo begins to walk out, they are cornered by the Crooked Man. David ushers Dee away and initiates the second boss fight. This one is slightly harder, but not by much. The only difference is that the Crooked Man's bursts of speed are more intense, so you have to keep more distance. Still, nothing special, but vaguely more anxiety-inducing than before. David reunites with Dee, who found a scrap from the notebook with another address on it. Dee gives it to David and makes him promise to go out drinking if they ever meet again. They part ways as David prepares to travel to his next stop. This scene's map was a lot bigger than the previous, which made it even more difficult to navigate. You don't take any of the security box combinations with you, so you either need to memorize them or physically write them down. The fights were better than in the hotel, but the escape scene was really frustrating. That being said, I prefer the overall atmosphere of the school to the hotel. It's creepy, almost hollow feeling. Plus the puzzles were far more interesting, and that computer room scene still sends chills down my spine. Let's go see where that next paper will lead us to. David is sleeping in his car. He misses a phone call from Shirley, but doesn't call back. The final location appears to be an abandoned hospital with 4 floor. Oh my god. Okay, this is gonna suck to navigate. David begins wandering around, hearing a meow in the distance. However, it seems to have been a dying breath. All the cats in here are dead. Someone cut the kittens out of the mother's stomach, replacing them with a key. David finds another note proving that the tenant was here. He walks downstairs and this is Fluffy. He's alone, waiting for his mother to come back and get him. David wants to bring him to the police to help find his way home, but the boy sprints away. David quickly relocates him and convinces him to stay close using the power of flattery. Fluffy is now with you for the rest of this chapter. Look how cute his little walk cycle is. David and Fluffy find a room with a note inside, supposedly written by someone who took their own life. If you'd like to skip past this, please go to the timestamp on screen or in the description. Alright, let's continue. It's always at someone's back. This sounds exactly like what David has been experiencing, which means the Crooked Man has stalked people before. Fluffy needs to relieve himself, but ends up getting locked in the bathroom. David breaks through the wall on the women's side after Fluffy begins screaming. It was the Crooked Man, chasing Fluffy this time instead of David. The duo finds the door to the roof, but it's securely locked with a thick wire. As they look for a way to unlock it, Fluffy begins singing. David grabs some hydrogen bromide after hearing it might melt through the wire securing the roof. It indeed melts right through, so the boys head out. Fluffy is eager to see his mom again, while David reflects on his own experiences. A slurping sound echoes through the halls. As they look around, the boys find the Crooked Man eating a model of an embryo. He slams into David, disorienting him as he chases Fluffy. David stumbles after the monster, driving a fire extinguisher down onto his head before collapsing. David wakes up and comforts Fluffy, who wants to leave even more now. David finds a loaded pistol and brings it with him as protection, but the Crooked Man quickly catches him off guard and chases Fluffy again. David follows them to the roof, initiating the third boss fight. This fight is far different than the others since you are no longer using melee. You have to take out the Crooked Man without accidentally shooting Fluffy, which is difficult because of how much Fluffy keeps spasming while he runs. This is hands down the best fight so far, since there isn't a pattern to exploit. David manages to push the monster off the roof. Fluffy cries more and more as he starts to believe that his mother is never coming back for him, that she hates him and abandoned him. He decides to go to the police but doesn't want David to come with. David collapses from another headache, waking to see that Fluffy is gone. Before he can leave, David hears crying. Believing it to be Fluffy's mother, he investigates. I'm interjecting here as a final spoiler warning. We are approaching the end of the game, so only continue if you are okay with all of the twists being revealed. The Martins continue to try and contact David to no avail. Right as they decide to call the police, they finally manage to get through to him and find his location. They quickly drive to the hospital. As they reach the top floor, a figure appears. What's Sissy doing here? And how does she know who Paul is? They continue forth. Dee's here as well, and is also aware that Paul has a connection to David. He seems to know more than that, blabbering on about the truth. Fluffy runs away as well, and Paul begins to panic. How do these people know David? Why are there so many people in an abandoned hospital in the first place? He tries to move onwards. Marion can't see them. Sissy, Dee, Fluffy. Marion can't see any of them. Paul apologizes for supposedly trying to scare her before continuing on alone. He seems to understand what's going on, at least partially. Paul moves to the roof. This is your second suicide content warning. If you would like to avoid that subject, please use the timestamp on screen or in the description. David is fully under the control of the Crooked Man. You can get two bad endings here. Here is the correct option. They begin to talk about what happened. As it turns out, Paul is obsessed with the occult for a reason. Although Marion and David never believe him, Paul frequently sees paranormal things, whether that be the dead or the things surrounding them. According to him, people's consciousnesses stick around in places. It seems as though David has had a fairly similar life to that previous tenant, being left by a significant other, having a dream shattered, having family issues. The room seemed fine before, but the second David moved in, something felt off. Paul theorizes that because of their similarities, the tenant's consciousness was a perfect match for David, hence why David felt such a strong pull to locate him at all costs. The more kind-hearted someone is, the more likely they are to be taken advantage of by one of these consciousnesses. Sissy, Dee, and Fluffy are not real. They are parts of the tenant, just like the Crooked Man. He both hated and liked David. He saw similarities and thought they could suffer together, but he also saw David living better than he did, rolling with the punches. He sought help through those apparitions of friends. I personally think that the more David helped these figments overcome their sorrows, the more conflicted the tenant became, to the point that he began to fight with himself. David says that he thinks the tenant helped him, in a way, showing him that others can go through similar things and that they can help each other move on. David finds a note in his pocket with one final address. He promises Paul that he'll be safe before heading off to end things once and for all. David arrives outside a decrepit old house and asks a passerby who lives there. Supposedly, nobody does. The owner, Miss McAhan, passed away the year prior, and her son never did anything with the house. David heads inside using the key from the cat's stomach. Notes are scattered about, contextualizing our earlier theory. David finds the cover for the notebook, reassembling it and taking a look at the name on the cover. Duke McAhan. Groans can be heard from across the hall. The Crooked Man turns to face you. David defeats him in the final boss fight, a combination of the previous three mechanically. This is your final warning for content relating to suicide. David and Paul discuss what happened, but the conversation is interrupted when David gets a phone call. It's the hospital. His mother's condition took a turn, and they need a signature to do an emergency operation. David rushes to the hospital to try and save the only family he has left. Time passes, and the tumor is removed, but she has yet to awaken. At the request of the developer, I'll be leaving the credits in as I give my final thoughts. I didn't expect much from a game I paid barely over $1 for, but I was pleasantly surprised. The gameplay had its hiccups, and the story had its occasional issues. I had almost no problems with the puzzles, excluding a few issues that couldn't really be avoided because of the chosen game engine. All of that pushed aside, the story was absurdly well done. I didn't expect to sit here getting emotional over an RPG Maker game of all things, but I have no regrets. That's the moral of the story at the end. You can't prepare for everything. Life won't go exactly your way, and you'll have to adapt to move past the road bumps that are placed before you. I think Uri was trying to tell us to appreciate what we have and to persist when things go wrong, because there will always be a glimmer of hope out there, no matter how small. That's it for The Crooked Man. I am really excited to see what the rest of the Strange Men Anthology has to offer, and you better believe that we'll be taking a look at them in the near future. I hope to see you all again. Have a great rest of your day. In 2012, the first entry in the Strange Men Anthology, The Crooked Man, was released. A few weeks ago, I took a look at it. It had some game design issues, but was overall an incredible narrative experience. In 2014, the second installment, The Sandman, was released to the public. This time, you control a different protagonist. Let's take a look at the wiki's synopsis. A girl named Sophie Grundler suffers from insomnia. No matter what she tries, she's unable to fall asleep. One night, she notices something odd going on with all the clocks in the town itself. She discovers that the Sandman, a fairy who controls everyone's sleeping patterns, has decided to put the whole world to sleep forever. Now, she's the only one who can stop him. This is decidedly more lighthearted sounding than the previous game's story, where a man who struggled so much that he decided to take his own life was simultaneously tormenting someone and calling out for help beyond the grave. Nevertheless, it's still labeled as a psychological horror game. This time around, the game has 6 endings. 4 bad, 2 good. Although one of each ending type is part of a bonus chapter. I'll make sure to cover each ending and how to get them. Now, I think it's about time we got started. I'm quaking. You play as Sophie Grundler, a 17-year-old high school student who hasn't slept in 10 days. Her father is rarely home, staying at work for long periods of time. She has only one friend at her school, Anne, who refuses to step in as Sophie is bullied daily for the color of her hair by a girl named Reagan. Sophie is given a tip from one of the teachers at her school to try and pray before bed, which she decides to try out that night. She lays down, closing her eyes but not managing to fall asleep. Suddenly, something feels off. She opens her eyes and glances at the clock, noticing that it's frozen at midnight. She stands up, noticing that her desk clock is stuck at midnight as well. A loud snore can be heard from the hall, coming from her next-door neighbor. Sophie calls the police, concerned that he must have fallen and knocked himself out, but the call doesn't connect. The door to his apartment is unlocked, so Sophie runs inside to ask his wife for help, only to find her unconscious on the ground as well. Sophie walks outside, finding the streets laden with dozens of sleeping citizens. The environments are a major step up from The Crooked Man. This truly feels like a world instead of a string of levels. She walks to the town's central park, running into David. For those who don't know, David is the protagonist of the previous game, The Crooked Man. Realizing that there's a chance that others are awake as well, they decide to go around and look. David wants to stick with Sophie to make sure she's safe, but she brushes him off, insisting that she'll be fine on her own. Sophie heads to her school to try and find Anne, who lives in the dorms. Using a ladder to climb the wall and shattering the door with a shovel, she enters the building and begins her hunt. Anne is cowering behind a statue in the school's chapel. Sophie explains the situation and insists that Anne follow her to meet David. Anne talks about how she was being chased and doesn't want it to happen again. Unfortunately for them, 4 red ghosts surround Anne, antagonizing her and calling her a liar. The ghosts go on and on about Anne being a no-good liar, grabbing her and taking her away. Sophie roams the halls, listening to the ghosts and doing the exact opposite of what they say to find Anne in the kitchen storeroom. Ghosts surround her, still berating her and calling her a liar. Sophie defends Anne, but Anne panics, shoving her best friend to the floor and fleeing. Sophie runs out of the school in pursuit, but Anne is nowhere to be seen. We see a flashback of the friends in the school library. Anne is apologizing for never stepping in to stop Reagan, admitting that she's too scared. In the town's North Park, Sophie meets back up with David. He had no luck finding anyone else, so they split back up and continue the search. Sophie breaks into the local mall, walking up to the top floor where a theater is located. Inside, Reagan has been tied up by dozens of what appear to be soldiers. She's set for a public execution in 30 minutes' time. As much as Sophie dislikes her, she can't just stand by and watch someone die. Sophie frees Reagan, but Reagan starts whining about wanting her mother and not wanting to escape and risk getting hurt. We get another flashback, this time of the girls while they were younger, spending time at a park. Reagan's parents are fighting, so she ran to the park out of fear. Sophie talks to her about how her mom was killed by a bank robber, but she can't cry about it because it'll make things harder for her dad. She tells Reagan that she shouldn't be a crybaby and should just play with her until her parents stop. This somehow works, and the two form a friendship. Sophie uses this memory to light a fire under Reagan. Using the power of a cardboard box, they Metal Gear Solid shuffle through the mall and manage to escape. The duo step outside, but some of the soldiers notice them and continue chasing. Sophie runs as fast as she can, not worrying to check if Reagan was still following. When she turns around to find herself alone, she immediately runs back to the park in the hope that David will be there to help look for Reagan. David calms her down, talking about the time they first met. In another flashback, we see Reagan having stolen Sophie's lunch money. You know, a crime. Sophie is starving, so on the way home she grabs some ice cream. Unfortunately, she and David smack into each other and she drops her treat. David profusely apologizes, asking if she's okay and offering to pay for it. David takes her to a cafe down the road for some cake as an apology. Sophie realizes that it's been a long time since she ate out with someone and begins to cry. This prompts her to open up to David and talk for a while, about Reagan and Anne. Sophie thanks him, and they agree that if she ever needs to talk again, they would meet at the cafe. Back in present day, Sophie agrees to go try and find her father at his workplace. She asks if there's anyone important that David wants help looking for. He says no, which is quite strange considering the fact that as of the last game, he's engaged. Sophie finds this odd as well. I should probably mention that I've been solving some puzzles up to this point. They've been so basic that there hasn't really been a lot of room to talk about them. For example, to get to Mr. Grundler's workplace, we need a keycard. You walk around town until you find the employee of the month from the wall in the lobby behind the locked gate. Put the present time into the numpad to unlock it, and you take his keycard. He sounds like plastic bottles. That's basically every puzzle so far. You need something, you find it in a random location, you use it. Sophie enters the building and finds her dad's desk. There's a really old photo of herself on it, prompting a flashback to Mr. Grundler overworking himself when Sophie was a child. It was severe enough that he tore a hole in his stomach, coughing up blood and collapsing. In the hospital, Sophie's aunt sits there actively bad-mouthing Sophie's mere existence, declaring that her brother should have put her up for adoption the second his wife died. The second she realizes Sophie is there, she puts on her child-friendly mask while everyone playing the game simultaneously raises their middle finger to the screen. Sophie continues to climb the building until she finds her father, who's screaming for her to run. What has him so riled up? Oh! The duo run for their lives through the burning building, with Mr. Grundler tripping and falling in the entrance. A blast pushes Sophie through the front door, away from her father. When she re-enters to try and save him, everything is as it was before the dragon appeared. Father nowhere to be found. Sophie is starting to think that this is all just a terrible nightmare. She even lost a tooth in that blast. Sophie heads to the Central Park, but David isn't here yet. A shadow of what appears to be a unicorn is on the side of the screen, walking away. Sophie follows it into an apartment building. Inside is David's fiancée, Shirley, sound asleep. Sophie walks into a side room and starts to panic as she sees something on the couch. Back in the Central Park, Sophie returns to find David waiting for her. This is Lullaby, a being created by the Sandman, a fairy that helps put people to sleep. Lullaby goes around indulging fantasies to help serenade an active mind to rest. But how is any of what happened tonight going to put Sophie to rest? Well, think about it. Doesn't Sophie want Anne to be ostracized as a liar for not standing up for her friend? For pretending to care? Doesn't Sophie want the girl that she hates so very much to be publicly executed? Or for the workplace that takes her father away from her day after day to burn to the ground? These were all Sophie's fantasies, whether she accepts that fact or not. Sophie demands to know where the Sandman is. He put everyone into an eternal sleep, and now she wants to bring them all back. Lullaby was created for her, so he takes her by the hand and brings her to where the Sandman lives. Sophie walks alone in a mysterious forest with Lullaby nowhere to be seen. It's relatively empty with a singular tower next to a swamp. There was a jump scare here when I walked past the water that is hands down the worst jump scare I've gotten on this channel to date. I'll turn down the volume. This is a trivial trial and error puzzle. You have to hug the far side to survive. The creature that attacked is named Nixie. She refuses to let Sophie pass unless she pays her. Sophie returns to the tower and finds the Tooth Fairy, who looks like a Simpsons character. He agrees to give her the money in exchange for a tooth, but only that of a child. Nixie previously made remarks about dew from Tibyong grass, which brings youth, so Sophie finds some and uses it on her tooth from the crash to revert it into a baby tooth. The Tooth Fairy accepts her tooth, she gives the coin to Nixie, and she moves through the woods once again. Nearby is an incredibly small castle. This is probably my least favorite puzzle in the game. This castle belongs to the Sandman. It is the only location you can go to, as there is only a lake to the right. In the field to your left, there is a log that shrinks you when you crawl through it. See where this is going, right? Grab the log, put it in front of the castle, walk right in. But no, you aren't allowed to move the log, and you can't walk that distance as someone so tiny. The only way to progress here is to backtrack to Nixie, ask her about the house, then move the log over once you've learned that it belongs to the Sandman. The castle is the only place left to go, so you already have the motivation to enter it. I don't know why you had to go back and talk to Nixie. For now, let's just head inside. The castle is empty as Sophie enters. There's a puzzle in the hallway that she immediately disables, and an even longer hallway after that one. After trying the door at the end, it's locked and Sophie turns back. As she walks away, a man walks out. This is the Sandman, and he is not scary. It's a little old dude with a spoon and bloodshot eyes. He's really more goofy looking than anything. I think this design makes more and more sense as the game goes on, but for now it feels really out of place. We hear the story of the Sandman as told by Sophie's mother. Supposedly, the Sandman doesn't like children that stay up, so he grabs a spoon and scoops out their eyes to make them into stew. Great story to tell a kid trying to fall asleep, Miss Grundler. Sophie tends to value her eyes, so she books it out of the room. Unfortunately, the castle's door has been covered, and Sophie is cornered by the Sandman. She's restrained at a dinner table and offered some food, including a bowl of soup with eyeballs in it. Foggy creatures surround her, chanting for her to eat up. Sophie half-heartedly apologizes and refuses to eat any, prompting the Sandman to leave the room. Sophie talks to these foggy creatures. They reveal themselves to be the dust of the house. They're the Sandman's helpers who help clean up his sleeping sand. Sophie returns to the hall where the chase began, finding 2 notes in a language she can't read. Lullaby is in a nearby room. Sophie freaks out about how she was almost killed and forced to eat weird food. Sophie asks about the story she heard as a child. Lullaby is very clear that mothers all around the world tell ridiculous stories to get their noisy kids to sleep. I still think this story would prevent kids from sleeping, but it would certainly shut them up. The Sandman does not eat the eyes of children, but he still could have killed Sophie. Fairy food is poisonous to humans, so Lullaby doesn't know why the Sandman would offer it to her. Lullaby tells Sophie to be careful walking around the house as there are traps. For reasons. Not suspicious at all. Lullaby reads the notes for Sophie. One has a recipe for sleeping sand, while the other tells the reader to put out the emerald flames after use. Sophie heads north, ducking and weaving her way through a hallway of fire-breathing statues. At the end of the hall is the previously aforementioned emerald flames. They turn off at the pull of a lever, deactivating the trapped hallway. Next is a room full of invisible walls. After some trial and error, Sophie makes her way through the maze. In the room to the left, there's a bottle of red liquid which Sophie uses to mark the path back. It's a good thing too, since the Sandman is in the room to the left and begins another chase. Sophie runs through the maze and dodges left, tricking the Sandman into falling through the hole where the emerald flames used to reside. Sophie finds a room showing the globe. This is what the Sandman uses to send sleeping sand all over the world. There's a mirror on a nearby table that you can use to teleport around the Sandman's house for easy transportation. To the left is a mirrored room where your controls are literally mirrored as you go through a maze. At the end is Lullaby drinking some tea as well as a statue. The statue begins to sing, making Sophie instantly tired. But if Sophie falls asleep, nobody can wake the world back up. Sophie does all that she can to stay awake. She bangs her head into the statue, dunks her head in a bucket of water, blasts loud music from her phone, and screams out the nearby windows at the top of her lungs. Nothing works, but Lullaby steps in to stop the singing, albeit begrudgingly. Sophie begs for a way to stop the Sandman, with Lullaby redirecting her towards a creature known as Unicorn. Unicorn is the reason that the Sandman set up traps all over the house. Unicorn is the one that led Sophie to David's apartment, revealing Lullaby's true identity. Unicorn resides at the lake east of the castle, but Lullaby warns Sophie to be careful. He's a troublemaker and has a thing for cute girls. Sophie introduces herself to Unicorn, who offers to tell her how to defeat the Sandman in exchange for a pink jewel. If she returns without a pink jewel, Unicorn will run her through with his horn. Back in the castle, a painting has fallen off the wall revealing a line of 8 jewels. To the left of the invisible maze, a room requires a very similar looking code to open. Putting the jewels in the same order as the ones behind the painting, Sophie unlocks the room. Inside is a stick, lots of sand, and an assortment of drawers with a cabinet in the corner. Sophie grabs the stick in an empty sack, but she hears the Sandman approaching. Sophie hides in the cabinet. The Sandman looks at her but walks away without doing anything. Maybe he didn't see her? Sophie uses her stick to break the glass in the maze, blocking her from a nearby staircase. Inside are several colored jewels, but the pink one seems odd. It's actually a clear jewel painted pink, which would certainly get Sophie killed. She grabs a note from the wall and retreats to the tea room to have Lullaby read it. Supposedly, the machine next to the note can extract jewels from people's minds. The game never elaborates on these jewels or their meanings, but the pink jewel has an important role in the remainder of the game. Specifically, Sophie's jewel, as she uses the machine to extract it and give it to Unicorn. In exchange for the jewel, Sophie receives a limp stone, which makes you go limp when you touch it. Sophie justifiably wonders how this is supposed to be of any use since she cannot hold the stone without going limp. Unicorn tells her to bring it to Dwarf so he can make it into something she can use. He lives in the cave to the west. Sophie bags up the stone and starts going towards the cave. As it turns out, Unicorn just wanted to see the jewel, not keep it, and you're given an option. Allow him to keep the jewel or take it back. This seemingly inconsequential choice completely alters the game's ending. If you let him keep it, you have the opportunity to get bad ending 1 and good ending 1. If you take it back, you can only get bad ending 2 and 3. I personally made one save file for each path. I'll explain how to get each ending as we draw closer to the end. Sophie arrives at the cave, but it's pitch dark. Dwarf notes that it's too dark for Sophie and politely asks her to grab the cage by the door and collect the glimmers in the field to her left to use as light source. This is a really easy segment. You just run up to each of them and hit Z. Now that Sophie has all 10, she returns to the cave. Dwarf is revealed to be quite scary looking, but he's a genuinely wonderful guy. He wonders how the Unicorn got his hands on something so valuable, and happily offers to turn it into something that Sophie can use. As he works, the two get to talking. I think this entire conversation is really sweet, so I'm just going to show you the whole thing. This is such a good interaction. I love how kind and understanding Dwarf is, and a lot of things start to make sense about Sophie's interactions with David, including why she freaked out a bit after Lullaby called her cute in passing. It's not because it was Lullaby, it's because Lullaby had taken the form of David. Dwarf gifts Sophie a wand that when swung will have the same effect as the stone. Dwarf asks to see her hands for a moment. He remarks that even though he cannot see her, Sophie reminds him of her mother. That's right, Dwarf is blind. He also seems to know Miss Grundler, but that also may be a translation error since Sophie didn't really react to it. Apparently, all of the fairies are hard workers to a fault, to the point where they neglect to take care of themselves. That's why the Tooth Fairy has such damaged teeth, and why the Sandman's eyes are so bloodshot. Sophie comments about her father overworking himself in years past, with Dwarf reminding her to treat him with kindness. He's the only dad that she has. He wishes her good luck and says he'll pray for her success in taking down the Sandman. Sophie thanks him. Dwarf is hands down my favorite character in this game. He's such a thoughtful and soft-spoken man that completely defies what Sophie first thought of him. She screamed when she saw his face, yet the first thought he had was to make sure that she was okay and apologize for spooking her before offering to help make the wand. What an incredibly kind and understanding person. Sophie returns to the castle, only to find the Sandman at the top of the stairs. He looks at her for a moment before turning red with pure rage. Before Sophie can run away, he bolts past her. Upon backtracking, the unicorn has a massive injury on his head. It seems the Sandman had a different target this time. Sophie finds that one of the statues in the Hall of Flames has been knocked over, trapping some dust. Using her stick as a lever to lift it upright, Sophie frees the dust, who gives her some glasses in return. They're the Sandman's glasses, used for reading anything in any language. They make Sophie look like the sisters from Johnny Test. The trapdoor has opened in the map room, leading to a mysterious key. For now, it's time to make some sleeping sand. Sophie gathers the ingredients from across the map. The key from earlier unlocks a door in the singing statue room, revealing a lab for making sand. Sophie puts on some special gloves to carry flames over to the cauldron. She grinds up a snora fruit into powder before putting it and some crygel fluid into the cauldron. When it turns blue, she adds the catter lizard tail and uses a bowl to transfer the concoction to the machine to her left. At the press of a button, the sand is generated and Sophie puts it in the sack from earlier. But before we start getting endings, there's another room we should look at. Using the gloves from earlier, Sophie grabs the emerald flames and lights the candles from one of the rooms that used to contain a note. This reveals a hidden staircase to the Sandman's room. There are beds, paintings, a telescope that can see the world, and a diary. Privacy's for nerds, so Sophie throws on the glasses and takes a peek inside the diary. Inside, we learn that the Sandman has gone centuries without sleep. In this universe, the world used to be flat, so night would fall all at the same time. But now that it's a globe, the Sandman has done nothing but work. When one part of the world is sleeping, another part is awake. If the Sandman sleeps, the humans will be sleepless. Pushed to the brink of his exhaustion, the Sandman created eternal sleeping sand and put the world to sleep. Unfortunately, many humans were still unaffected, those with unease, anger, and sorrow. The Sandman created Lullaby then, to help the humans get the eternal sleep they deserve. He believes all humans have the right to be happy as they sleep, to have a peaceful slumber. A new entry speaks of Unicorn bringing Sophie to this world. He speaks very positively towards her. He truly wants to find a way to send her into the peaceful sleep she deserves. Lullaby walks in, no longer taking the form of David. They talk. The Sandman has no ill will towards humanity. He takes his work incredibly seriously. Even though he desperately needs sleep, he couldn't bear to leave the humans sleepless like he has been for so very long. Sophie begins to cry, realizing how horrible this situation truly is. She doesn't know what to do. She wants the Sandman to get sleep, but she also doesn't want to be asleep forever. Lullaby encourages her to do what feels right. Sophie leaves, finding a note in the hall from the Sandman in English. He has created a special sleeping sand specifically for Sophie to finally cure her insomnia. He states that he is at the top of the castle and hopes she won't run away. He warns her of the holes in the stairs and asks her to take care not to injure herself on the way up. The last thing he would ever want is to hurt someone else. Sophie begins her ascent. The Sandman is waiting for her on the roof. Sophie expresses her sympathy for him, but tells him that she does not want to sleep forever, initiating the boss fight. Sophie uses the wand to paralyze the Sandman while he throws the sleeping sand at her. When he has 10 hit points remaining, you are given a limited time to act. Here, I'll be going through the endings in chronological order and finishing with the good one. For the first bad ending, Sophie hits the Sandman one last time, killing him. For the second bad ending, we're switching to the save file where Sophie took her jewel back. This time, when Sophie enters the Sandman's room, she has a different reaction to the diary, and Lullaby still assumes the form of David. Sophie gets the same letter, initiates the boss, and kills the Sandman. This is where things go differently. When the Sandman gets to 10 health, Sophie takes out the sleeping sand she created and uses it on him. We're now switching back to the original save file where Unicorn kept Sophie's jewel. As with Bad End 3, she uses the sleeping sand at 10 hit points. The developer, Uri, really knows how to wrap up a story. I always get emotional at the end of these, and I think this story was just as good as The Crooked Man. It had a much lighter tone, but it worked really well to create a beautiful story. I didn't feel too much of a connection towards a lot of the characters in The Crooked Man, but this one had really likable ones. I love how goofy the Sandman is and how he had communication issues. I love Sophie trying to figure herself out and coming to terms with heartbreak for the first time while learning to stand up for herself. And I think I made it pretty clear earlier on how much I love Dwarf. To end things off, this game has a bonus scenario where you get to play through the same story, but as the Sandman, which we absolutely need to take a look at. It even has 2 extra endings. The Sandman is jolted awake by an alarm going off. The people of the world need sleep, and it's his time to shine. Over and over again, he sends sleeping sand all across the world, goes to sleep, and is woken seconds later by another alarm in a new place. Finally, he can't take it anymore. The Sandman talks to Dwarf about putting humanity to sleep. The Sandman built a time-stopping machine to prevent the humans from dying. Dwarf wishes him well on his sleep journey, and the Sandman begins scribbling down some notes. He keeps track of all the things he needs to do, which is how we progress the game in this section. The Sandman gets peachy tree leaves, swamp water, and truants to make a special kind of sleeping sand. The Sandman boils the swamp water, adding sliced truants and ground peachy tree leaves to create an eternal sleeping sand to get some shut-eye. But before he can go to sleep, word comes out that some people are still awake. The Sandman vows to help them, to make it so that the sadness and pain that resides within them recedes just enough for them to get some rest. He creates Lullaby and waits for an update in the tea room. Lullaby returns in the form of David, describing the situation with Sophie. The Sandman comments on how David looks so grown up, but for now, that's unimportant. It's time to welcome Sophie by making a delicious meal. It seems that this drowsy fairy has forgotten that fairy food is poisonous to humans. The Sandman finds Sophie roaming the halls, but they can't understand each other. She runs, and the Sandman gives chase. He has a delicious meal for her after all. The music in the background of this entire extra scene is so perfect. It's goofy and upbeat and innocent, and it just reminds me of some of the more upbeat tracks from Animal Crossing. It's perfect. After her refusal to eat, the Sandman is assured by the Dusk that Sophie is just tired and that his cooking is wonderful. Here, he accidentally drops his recipe memo. He and Sophie soon cross paths again, but she runs away in fear. A chase begins, but the Sandman overshoots his target, falling into the Emerald Flame Pit and dropping a key onto a bed of plants. He finds her hiding in a closet, but decides not to bother her. The Dust assures him that there's no way she's scared of him. They soon get news that the unicorn has requested a pink jewel from Sophie, but the Sandman gave his only pink jewel back to its owner, which is very bad as the unicorn threatened to kill Sophie if she returned without it. The Sandman quickly paints a clear jewel pink, thinking that unicorn would never notice. Time passes, and the Sandman decides to make sure that Sophie is alright after her encounter. He notices that her head is missing its pink jewel and becomes enraged, taking the jewel back and beating the hell out of Unicorn. On his way back, the Sandman runs into Dwarf, who wants to have a chat. Dwarf explains why Sophie has been so afraid of him, with the chases and the fact that their food is poisonous to humans. Dwarf tells him to communicate his intentions clearly to her, so they can come to an understanding. Unfortunately, the Sandman doesn't know English. He offers the Tooth Fairy some terabit eye soup in exchange for some coins. He travels to the human world to pick up an English study book. He drops the money in the cash register and returns to his room. Using his glasses and the book, he crafts a note for Sophie. Finally, we arrive at the endings. To get the bad ending, the Sandman has to win the fight. To get the final good ending, the Sandman needs to lose the battle and fall asleep. This game was great. The controls were honed in, so I never overshot my targets like I did in The Crooked Man. The story was consistently really well done, and everything about the art was greatly improved. The puzzles weren't as interesting this time around, which is unfortunate because that's a major part of the gameplay, but in turn, the characters were greatly improved. Uri was very clear that each of the games in the Strange Men anthology would have a different tone, and it was very noticeable in this entry. That makes me all the more excited to go try out the third entry, The Boogeyman. I hope to see you all again, and have a great rest of your day. Hey, congratulations on making it through half of the games! You better get yourself ready for the second half of the marathon though, it only gets tougher from here. Here, stay hydrated. Have some of this video's sponsor, Gamersupps. It'll keep you energized for the rest of the video. It has 100 milligrams of caffeine, essential vitamins, and it's keto friendly. If you want to support the channel, use code BENAGAIN to get 22% off for the next 7 days. Alright, now that you're all energized, it's time for the Boogeyman. The Strange Men anthology has had some tonal shifts as the entries go on. The Crooked Man was a dark and serious story, while its sequel, The Sandman, was far more jovial. I personally liked both of these games. They both had good stories with positive messages. Despite the drastic changes in tone, it still feels like a relatively natural progression. So where did the series go next? The third entry in the series, The Boogeyman, released in 2015 with a much darker appearance than its predecessors. All the promotional materials and descriptions are far more gritty. Here's the plot summary from the translator's website. Keith Baring is a cold, devoted detective whose boss decides he needs to take some time off. While on a tour of an old castle with his wife Helena, she makes a startling confession to him. Keith goes to bed bewildered, but things only become stranger as the Boogeyman's game begins. That's right, we get to witness somewhat of a death game. Death games are one of those weird subgenres in storytelling that really interest me, so I'm greatly looking forward to this entry. This game intertwines with the plot of both The Crooked Man and The Sandman, so make sure to watch my videos on the previous two before this one. I will link the playlist here. One last thing, there's a high chance that I'm going to make no money from this video, which sucks because of how much effort I put into these. My video on The Crooked Man was age restricted despite containing no offensive or harmful content, unless you believe a game with the purpose of discouraging suicide and preaching that there will always be a reason to continue living is harmful. Because of this, I would really appreciate it if you consider checking out my Patreon. There's a link in the card to a video with more information, but to summarize, you can get a ton of behind the scenes content as well as your name at the end of videos. Now let's hop into the game. Keith Baring, a 37-year-old detective, is on a stakeout with his partner, Eric. He ignores the ringing of his phone, as he always does. This habit has placed him under scrutiny more than once. The duo's target appears on the scene, and Keith immediately jumps into action. We cut to Keith getting a talk from his boss, Dick. A local news source is completely bending the truth and leaving out critical information in their reports, making it the 4th time Keith has been targeted like this. Dick thinks Keith could use a break and is assigning him a mandatory month-long vacation. He even gives him tickets to a tour of an old castle. Keith isn't particularly happy about this development, but he doesn't exactly have a choice. Something interesting about this game compared to its predecessors is that it's fully voice acted from start to finish. You can definitely tell that the voice actors aren't professional, but a few of them stand out as quite good. I particularly liked the performances for Richard and Lance, two of the characters that you'll meet later. Another pretty good performance is that of Dick, who was actually voiced by Manly Badass Hero, a popular YouTuber. Something else to note about the voice acting are the varying microphone qualities. Some voices are very clear while others sound distant and echoey. Some characters even transition between having good and bad quality depending on what line you're hearing. I don't know if they just got closer to the mic for these lines or what, but it was a clear improvement, albeit a short-lived one. Keith returns home to his wife Helena, who he unapologetically brushes off while she tries to show him concern. She seems quite excited for the tour. 2 weeks later, the trip has arrived and they speak with Stevie, their tour guide. He escorts them to a ferry for the 5-hour ride to the island where the castle is located. Helena wants to introduce herself to the other guests and invites Keith along, but he brushes her off once again. I know they're probably setting up some big character arc for him, but man, I do not like Keith so far. He's been really disrespectful towards everyone who seems to care about him. Keith decides to leave the room, opening his door and almost hitting someone, despite the fact that the doors are clearly indented into the wall to prevent exactly this from happening. The girl throwing a fit is Sophie Grundler of all people. They start arguing but are stopped by Sophie's father, Richard. He makes her apologize and she walks away. Richard is a super friendly and down-to-earth guy in contrast to Sophie's temper. Keith moves along, stumbling across Helena talking with Shirley, who is now David's wife. David is out smoking on the ship's west deck, so Keith joins him. They have a pleasant talk and we learn that the Grundlers are here as his guests. On the east deck, Keith meets Lance Canal, a sleazy reporter and a total creep. Guided by Stevie, the group finally arrive at the castle and can begin their tour. A knock on the door and some hectic squabbling later, Brendan, the owner of the place, lets everyone in. He seems to know a lot about the guests. He shows them to their rooms where they'll be able to wait until dinner. In the Barings room, Helena gushes about how beautiful the area is. Keith ignores another call from Eric, then declines an invitation from his wife to go mingle with the others. He instead looks around the castle, locating a study detailing the rather disturbing history of the castle. Brendan runs into him, elaborating on the history but saving some of the details for tomorrow's tour. Supposedly he inherited this castle after the deaths of his parents, turning it into a tourist destination. Dinner is finally ready and the group dynamic is established through some banter. Everybody immediately seems to be getting along, although Keith has to depart early after getting yet another phone call from Eric. Sophie notes that he always seems sad and inquires about it.
What is he, a robot?
A robot detective? So he's Ow!
Keith's call is unimportant, and Dick quickly finds out about it and tells him to get back to enjoying his vacation. He returns to his room to find Helena crying. She tries to rush off to bed, but Keith shows some empathy for once and asks what's wrong. Helena wants a divorce. Keith softens, asking if she hates him, but he just gets the "it's not you, it's me" response. She says she loves him, then goes to sleep. We cut to some of the other guests. Lance is talking up a big game about getting dirt on Keith, while Sophie, Richard, David, and Shirley settle down for the evening. Here's an example of the audio quality for some of David's lines fluctuating.
Hey, just enjoy yourself. You won't have any fun worrying over everything. We'll make some great memories.
What about your memories with me?
We could always use more.
Keith's phone is ringing, but he can't find it anywhere. When he decides to check the bedroom, Helena is nowhere to be seen. A note lays on the floor in the entrance claiming a wonderful show is about to take place in the entrance hall. Keith finds the entrance hall covered in red graffiti. A man approaches from behind. He has a bag over his head with a bloody smile scrawled on the front. He displays hands outfitted with claws, introducing himself as the Boogeyman, the organizer of a marvelous game soon to begin. The game in question is quite simple. The Boogeyman will attempt to kill every guest on the tour while Keith tries to stop him. He even provides an example, cleaving the head from the shoulders of an unconscious and tied up Brendan before dropping the body into a pit. The Boogeyman sprints off, leaving Keith to find and rescue the other guests before it's too late. This setup is a lot darker than the others, and honestly, I love it. It plays heavily into the concept of a locked room murder mystery where the characters in danger are the ones that the player cares about. In fact, your ability to save the previous protagonists heavily alters what ending you get. The setup isn't all that I like so far. I've played quite a few RPG Maker games on the channel recently, but none of them have had better visuals than the Strange Men Anthology. I love how Uri commits to a consistent pixelated style. It's timeless and it flows a lot better than some of the other combinations I've seen. Keith stumbles upon the body of a servant with a corkscrew in the head but cannot take it. He finds a wrench hammer as well as a note on a door with a sealed keyhole that says, "Did you already open that red wine I prepared?" Only now can Keith take the corkscrew and use it to break open the lock. I despise when puzzle games do this. I've always felt that if an important item is laying about, you should be able to pick it up at any time so you know it's a resource that you can take into account. This also prevents needless backtracking. The note on the door made it clear what to do, so it wasn't too tedious to go back and grab it, but it's still irritating that I couldn't just take it in the first place. This problem worsens as the game progresses, with the biggest offender being during a timed sequence that alters the ending of the game. The now unlocked room is pitch black. Keith can hear Stevie mumbling, "Turn on the lights," over and over again from somewhere inside, and he decides to follow the advice to avoid any possible traps. After finding the breaker and flicking the switch, he activates the lights, finding Stevie tied to a chair. He has severe back wounds and appears to be listening to a message from the Boogeyman on a tape player.
Turn on the lights. Repeat. Turn on the lights. That's the way, Stevie. You're a real great tour guide. Now keep repeating. You have to finish your job if you want to go back to your wife in Connecticut. Oops, someone's eavesdropping on our conversation. Detective, you took your time, didn't you?
You did this?
Thought I told you. I prepared a tutorial. Now you should have a real good grasp of the way this game goes. In short, you go too slow, the others end up like this, too. Stevie did such a good job, showed you just what you needed to do.
Did you kill those servants too?
Oh, they're just for show. Making it look good helped spice the game up. I'll let you off the hook there, since they kicked it while you were still snoozing away. So what do you think? Gotten you a little more motivated, Detective? Or maybe I'm making you quiver in your boots.
Where'd you take the others?
It'd be no fun and games if I told you that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a lot to get done. Good luck, Detective, 'cause for you nothing could be a bigger disgrace than failing to save someone you could have, right?
I love the characterization of the boogeyman. He really feels manic here, and it only gets better as the game goes on. Keith tries to talk to Stevie, but he can barely get a response. He grabs the key for the second floor, promising the pain will be over soon. Stevie proceeds to bleed to death. To get the true ending, you need to find many secret scenes scattered throughout the events of the game. My overview will detail them as though they're a normal part of the plot, but I'll still show every bad ending and describe how to get them. Keith retrieves a videotape from a servant's corpse as well as a theater key from the mouth of a taxidermy fish. He uses the theater room to watch the tape, the contents of which show Helena being chased around by the boogeyman. He's clearly playing with her life, allowing her to escape to prolong the game further. Next, Keith visits the servants' quarters, where a note on the wall has a passcode for a control panel that will release the stairs to the third floor. Putting this code in doesn't actually lower the staircase, it just gives Keith a new clue. Boogie gets you in a super trance, you get high on the boogie. This clue, combined with the oddly colored numbers on the panel, is supposed to direct Keith towards a record room where he can look at the colors of the word boogie on the album art to figure out which numbers to input. With the stairs now released, Keith ascends to the third floor, finding a room full of armor stands. Being careful not to get too close, Keith navigates through the room. A painting on the back wall indicates that 3 swords combined are important in some way. 2 from the sides, 1 from above. Fortunately, Keith can move some of the armor stands to make that exact pattern. They swing their swords downwards, breaking the flooring and revealing a bit key. Keith uses his wrench hammer to enter the door to the west, as well as the bit key to unlock what looks like a cell door. At the bottom of the stairs, he finds Helena on the other side of some prison bars. He tries to move the bars to no avail, and Helena runs away, asking him to wait for her because she'll be okay. Let's take a moment to talk about these staircases as Keith returns to the previous room. You cannot just hold the direction that you want to go and automatically ascend up the stairs. You have to go up and then to the side, then up, then to the side, then up, then to the side, rinse and repeat until you finally manage to reach the top. This is especially annoying when we get to the puzzles with time limits later down the line, but for now it's just a minor inconvenience. Keith heads north to a room covered in green graffiti this time, prying an old axe from the wall. Keith moves to the next room, finding Lance tied to a table with a saw above his head. The boogeyman slashes at Lance's legs as punishment for fighting back before activating the saw and abandoning them. Keith breaks down the door, finding and using the key to Lance's restraints before the saw can lower enough to hurt him. Keith relays everything that happened, which panics the reporter. Despite his injuries, Lance follows Keith as they look for more endangered guests. Prying the sideboard off a toppled shelf, our duo navigate down the halls, finding a bird emblem with a missing eye. Further down the hall is a doll sitting in a wheelchair holding a gun. Keith convinces Lance to use the metal as a shield while he sneaks around the side to take it out. I'm fairly certain Lance should be littered with holes after that, but he seems fine, so let's move on. They find a room with statues of lambs, a sheepdog, and a hawk. A note on the ground tells them to put the lambs as far away from the predator as possible, which is easy enough with a little bit of elbow grease. Now that the animals are safe, a gun falls to the floor and Keith uses it to destroy the hawk's head, freeing the eye for use at the previously aforementioned door. This brings them to another boogie event where Sophie and Richard are suspended above a spike pit. The second Keith pulls one of them to safety, the other will be dropped down to their death. Keith and Lance move back down to the floor below where they can access the pit, pushing a table on top of the spikes. The table sits below where Sophie would land. On Keith's orders, Lance pulls Richard to safety, dropping Sophie in the pit. Keith jumps into the pit himself, grabbing her and rotating himself into the lower position to cushion her fall. Now that there's a group of survivors, it's no longer safe to move around. Keith can't monitor everyone at once after all. They locate a temporary safe room and everyone stays behind except for Keith. Lance is left with a wrench hammer for protection. Keith moves through the halls, vaulting over a hole in the floor and moving downwards to a branching path. One has an electrified floor while another has 2 weapons to choose from, a saw and a hammer. Keith grabs the saw and backtracks to a suspicious looking statue in the hall near the doll. He cuts off its head, finding a heart key. This is used to disable the electric floor, allowing for safe passage. On the other room lies a room with a tape player and a piece of rope alongside graffiti stating "Go under." Keith takes the rope as well as the advice on the floor, tying it to a lighting fixture and descending into the pit he jumped over previously. Inside is another videotape displaying Helena's status. This time she is cornered in a room and is tackled by the boogeyman, barely being able to escape. Keith moves across the hall, finding the body of a decapitated dog and a clue on the wall relating to getting the hammer that was left behind. Keith notes the code and retrieves his prize, moving up the stairs and finding David unconscious on a walkway outside. David immediately panics, frantically looking around for Shirley. We flash back to David finding Shirley, unconscious on the floor of their room before he's attacked by the boogeyman himself. That's all he remembers before waking up. Keith believes the boogeyman took Shirley as bait. He tells David to go to the safe room, but David is too stubborn for that, demanding to come along and help find Shirley. The next room has a multicolored tile floor that causes different things to happen when you step on the wrong ones. Some are less harmful than others. They reach the other side and Keith destroys the electronics controlling the floor. He grabs a knife from one of the mechanisms in the wall, pocketing it for later use. As they explore further, the duo find the boogeyman cornered in a hallway.
Oh no, looks like I've been cornered by Mr. Detective. Back to the wall, nowhere to run. It's like the end of a chase scene, straight from a movie. Now let's see, you'd be Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, so I'm John Doe,
Where'd you take Shirley?
Hey, are you the guy that kidnapped Shirley? Where is she?
Ah, so nice to see you, David. Can't help worrying about your wife, I see. Worry not, you'll meet her very soon, sooner than you think. So then, here I have a box. Surprise, a gift from me to you. I'd like David to open it, if possible. I'm sure he'll be stunned. Well, anyway, you two, take your time and enjoy the present.
Keith opens up the box despite David's fears.
Wait. Don't. If you open that, don't open it. Please. Stop!
Thought so.
David is justifiably upset by the fake-out, but Keith calms him down. They continue off in search of their wives, finding Shirley tied to a cross in a nearby chapel. The boogeyman is waiting nearby, taunting David over his reaction to the box. He sets the room ablaze. David immediately douses himself in water and sprints through the flames towards Shirley. Keith tosses him the knife to remove the restraints, but the fire continues to spread. The boogeyman reveals that he knows a lot about David and Shirley's past, taunting them from the ceiling before leaving them to die. Keith sprints through the halls, locating the hatch the boogeyman used to access the ceiling and breaking a pipe inside to douse the flames. Shirley is brought back to the safe room where she wakes up. Keith moves to search for Helena once again, but David wants to go with. Keith insists that he stay behind to protect Shirley, proving that he doesn't know Shirley all that well. She grabs an axe from the wall, ready to defend the entire group if need be. David reinforces the idea that Shirley can handle herself, with Keith finally backing down. They move through the chapel, their only way forward being shimmying along a pipe outside. There's a room nearby from which Keith retrieves an old music box key. This is used in a matching keyhole on a piano, revealing a mechanism for a secret passageway. Keith goes in alone, asking David to keep watch. He moves around, finding and reading a note on the floor until he's interrupted by a familiar voice from behind.
Hey, detective. Up to your silly profiling, it seems. Say, why don't I try doing the same? You're always carrying a little box with you. A precious little black box. A treasure trove of all you hold dear. Don't you notice the smell from that box? You know what it is, don't you? Do you think you're better than me? Do you want to kill me or befriend me? I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Who do I pray to straighten out this crooked tongue?
Keith returns to David and they leave the room. Nearby, Richard's voice can be heard calling out for Sophie. After locating the sound of the voice, Keith warns that Sophie disappeared from the room when no one was looking. As they try to calm Richard down, the boogeyman taunts him even more, revealing that he knows about Miss Grundler's death. The boogeyman seems to know far too much about all of these guests. The group returns to the safe room. Apparently, Sophie went into the bathroom and never came back out. Keith notes a loose vent cover and connects the dots quite quickly. Sophie wasn't taken, she left on her own. Richard is a worried wreck, but Keith promises they'll find Sophie and bring her back safely. They move outside the castle and hear Sophie screaming from a nearby building. Keith brings out the axe from earlier to break down the door. We're plunged into a flashback showing Sophie worrying about Helena's safety. Apparently they had a talk earlier in the night where Sophie expressed sadness over the inability to fall in love. She's lonely, but she doesn't feel romantically inclined towards anyone. She's jealous of people like David and Shirley who are happy together while she's left alone. Because of this, she wants to know why Helena and Keith got together. Maybe it can lead her to an answer.
You know, love is like a jewel. It's buried deep in a person's heart. And one day, you just dig it up. Feelings like love and sympathy can create all different kinds of jewels, though jealousy, anger, and pride can shatter them too. Have you ever found such a jewel?
Yeah, but I got rejected.
Don't worry, you'll find it again. I hope you can make a wonderful jewel someday.
So what's your jewel like, Helena?
Mine is already complete. I don't want to meddle with it anymore. I just want to keep it deep in my heart.
Let's think back to the Sandman for a moment. In that game, Sophie used a machine to extract one of many jewels from her head. In the true ending for that game, it was revealed that the Sandman held onto it for a little while, wanting to give it back to her later on. What if this pink jewel was the part of Sophie's mind that allowed her to love? Hence why she doesn't seem to have any romantic interests. We cut back to Sophie climbing through the vents in search of Helena. As she enters a room, a familiar hand reaches out and grabs her by the shoulder. This mirrors a scene from the Sandman that I didn't show in my video. In that game, Sophie had a scary interaction while hiding in a closet. A hand grabbed her while she was peeking out, one that's incredibly similar to what we just saw. Did she have an interaction with the boogeyman during that game? Sophie backs away. The boogeyman chastises her for worrying her father.
Where's Helena?
Sophie, are you mad at me? It's been so long since our last meeting.
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember? We've met time after time in every bad dream you had as a child. I'll take you to the world inside the closet.
This is making me even more certain that we saw him in the previous game. The boogeyman sicks a pack of dogs onto Sophie. Before any damage can be done, every dog in the room tumbles to the floor asleep. Keith and David break down the door. Sophie tries to describe what happened to them, but it's quite unbelievable that the dogs just all suddenly fell asleep. It's almost as if a certain fairy is still watching over her after the last game. Before she can voice this thought, Keith berates her over how inconsiderate she was towards her father, and asking why she didn't do what he told her to. They return to the safe room and Sophie apologizes to everyone. Keith thinks back to the past, to another time when another kid didn't do what he told them to. He and a young boy sit in the kitchen of his home.
Haven't I told you not to play in here? What if a pot or a knife fell on you?
Sorry, Dad.
So, why were you playing around here?
I was playing policeman, and, it's snowing today.
So?
This mat here is white and fluffy, like snow. So...
Do you want to join the police, Todd?
Yeah, I want to be a policeman like you, Dad.
Well. But a policeman has to follow the rules. A boy who breaks rules can't join the force. It's the law.
Well, unless you have connections, right?
Connections? Who taught you a word like that?
You did, Dad.
Well then, you'll join the force with your connections. That's a lame way to do it.
Lame?
Yeah, some of my buddies got in by connections, but they're all dumb, unpopular, and really lame to boot. You want to be a lame policeman, Todd?
Nuh-uh, I'll be a cool policeman.
Then no relying on connections, or playing pretend in the kitchen. Mom should be back from shopping soon. Let's go meet her.
Okay, don't want Mom to run into any swindlers. Then I'll protect her.
Swindlers? Now who taught you that one?
You did, Dad.
Right. Well, let's go.
Are we taking the car?
I've got a better idea.
Ow!
Oops, sorry.
Keith? What's the matter?
Just thinking about my son.
You have a son?
He's dead.
Keith doesn't elaborate, and David isn't willing to ask. They move into the hallway outside the room where Sophie and Richard were suspended, hearing footsteps at the end of the hallway. The only place they could have gone to is a large hole in the upper half of the wall. David helps lift Keith through the opening. Keith hears a phone ringing as he navigates the halls. To the east, he finds a room with information on his boss, the man who was originally supposed to go on this trip. Footsteps can be heard outside, so Keith quickly hides in the corner. The boogeyman walks through the door, and Keith tackles him, after putting up with some delightfully disgusting comments about his his wife, Keith is tasered by the monster and left on the floor. An unknown amount of time passes. Helena is here now, leaning over him and being cryptic. When Keith awakens, no one is there. A recording of the boogeyman speaking to Helena is in the hallway alongside a note reading, "You just want to hear her?" Helena sounds confused. Someone is tied up and screaming in the background, although they sound as though they've been gagged. The boogeyman uses this person as an example as to what will happen to Helena if she allows herself to be caught by him. The confusion turns to fear and panic as a gunshot rings out. She begs for Keith, but the boogeyman claims that her husband is in his grasp now. Keith begins to wonder if he was the one on the inside of the cell during his last interaction with Helena. Keith looks around even more, the sound of a phone ringing playing periodically. He finds a key next to another corpse, this one much older than the others, before returning to a worried David. Keith was gone for a very long time after all. They move through the halls once more, being taunted by the boogeyman. He targets David once again, making jokes about his mother's death. Keith tells David to ignore him and move on, but David is infuriated by the boogeyman's words. Keith insults him, causing a spat that didn't really last all that long once David finally took a moment to actually listen. Keith breaks down the door and retrieves a key from inside. It doesn't take long for the boogeyman to appear again. He drops the floor from beneath David, separating the two. Keith keeps getting in the way, so the boogeyman took things into his own hands. The room begins to fill with gas. David grabs a curtain and covers his mouth with it. He and Keith scramble to find a meeting point, but David finds only a locked door. Keith only has 2 minutes to free David. Moving through the room with the rotting corpse, Keith sees the door that David is locked behind, as well as a key behind an assortment of blades. If he grabs the key without a layer of protection, he will die before being able to save David. This time I looked around for anything I could that would work as even the thinnest layer of protection. I found a towel but couldn't pick it up, so David ended up dying on this run. I tried over and over again, but I couldn't pick up any items that I thought would work. As it turns out, this was another example of needing a clue before being allowed to pick up items for the puzzles. You can't pick up the towel unless you've seen the key and the knives. Keith rescues David and both collapse outside before deciding to move on in search of Helena. Keith is clearly no longer well. David pretends to be in need of a break to force the detective to take a moment to rest.
The heck is that guy anyway? How does he know about my mom and Shirley's past? It's really disturbing.
David, did you celebrate your birthday with Shirley last month? Or was it with Paul and Marion?
Oh, I scheduled a meal with Shirley, then celebrated with Paul and Marion the other... Huh. Did I ever tell you my friends' names?
Sorry about your mother. Brain tumors are like a landmine. One misstep means trouble. But I guess they don't teach you how to dodge landmines in flight school, huh?
What?
Oh, and you ought to toughen your stomach for anchovies and liver. I mean, unless you want younger girls thinking that's cute or whatever.
Hold on a second. What do you know about my mom, too? And my friends in school? I never told you any of that, right?
Keep this between us. But working as a detective for 15 years, you get to know stuff. Like what someone's done in the past, just by looking at their faces. Maybe that big-headed freak is the same way.
You're kidding, right?
You think I'm kidding? You're a real sucker. Take care you don't get swindled someday.
What's this about? What do you know all about me?
You were taken to the police after the incident with your mother. Remember the detective who questioned you?
I was pretty dazed at the time, so I don't really remember. But it wasn't you, was it?
Eric Simpson, my subordinate. It was only an attempted crime, so he was the only one to handle you. And you know, he's got a real messy desk. He lets case files and the like pile up so high they even topple over onto my desk. I saw some files on you among them. Your history, your family, that kind of info. And your mother's diagnosis. Oh, and the ones who verified your identity were your friends Paul and Marion Martin. I remember them well, especially because that Paul guy made a huge ruckus at the station. He was the one that ate too many chili dogs too, right?
Then the anchovies. Oh yeah, I mentioned that at dinner. But I didn't tell you I hated liver, did I?
I hate anchovies myself, and I hate liver. That's all.
Why did you make a guess for that one?
Because you're stupid enough that I thought it'd fool you.
If you know so much about me, why didn't you say so when we first met?
Because I was suspicious of you.
Huh? Me? Why?
A year and a half ago, you found a hanged body in an abandoned house in another state. The state police came to us trying to determine the guy's identity. That's when I read your testimony, and it was real sketchy.
Sketchy? Why?
I understand you were looking for the guy who formerly lived in your apartment, but how did you track him down without even knowing his name or what he looked like? You said you followed notes, but when you were asked to show him, you said you lost them. You said you shot a man in the house, but there was no gunpowder on the gun, no dropped cartridges, most importantly, nobody to shoot. And then you just happened to find that former tenant's corpse. You gotta know that's suspicious.
But it's true. I was led there by the notes he wrote. Once I found the body and called the police, I realized they were gone. And I did shoot someone, but I'm not sure if it was a person.
As you testified, but I guess that doesn't matter so much now. I was wary of you because of what you could have done. I didn't want to leave Helena with a madman. If you did anything even a little weird, I was going to turn around and take my wife home.
Do you still distrust me?
When we first met on the boat, I intentionally told you that I was a detective. Somebody with something to hide would be alarmed. But then you just said cool, so I was a bit less wary. You might be crazy for all I know, but you haven't shown any sign of being dangerous. Listen, everyone's got bad stuff in their past. For somebody who shouldn't know it to dig it up and use it against you, that'd agitate and anger most people. He knows that well. He's showing off what he knows to upset all of you and control your actions. He's done it to you, to Richard, to Lance.
Lance, too?
He's an ex-journalist. Took photos of that job, too. When he published articles, he signed his photos with LK. He investigated the state police during a sexual assault and murder case 3 years back, but went too far. The victim's family and civil liberties group attacked him for invasion of privacy, and he was driven out of journalism.
How do you know about all that, Keith?
Doesn't matter.
Well, I understand that those are the guy's methods, but how does he know all of our pasts in the first place?
The boogeyman lives in your closet, right? So, he's always watching. Watching when you nearly killed your mother. Watching when you were snuggling with your wife in bed.
Don't make threats like that.
He's only human. The appearance, the weapon, the info, it's all just to scare us.
You're taking it pretty well, though.
It's all cheap tactics. It's not going to scare me.
Yep, that's our detective. Nothing scares him, even though his wife might be in danger. Still calm.
If I let myself be shaken, you'd all follow suit. I can't protect anyone if I get distracted. A detective doesn't just go fishing for corpses. I've got my lousy pride and my duty. I can't just watch while someone kills people with a grin on their face.
Even if you're forsaking someone important to you?
What are you trying to say?
There's a big gap between your ideal and what you really want. It's contradictory. Isn't that painful for you? I wanted to be a pilot, but thinking about it now, I think I was just too stubborn to see anything else.
So?
You'll understand someday.
Thinking of taking a nap here? Let's go.
Keith, those things you said before, were you trying to make me angry?
I don't intend on telling anyone your history, nor your family problems. Sorry if you're still pissed.
No, it's fine. I guess I am kind of a brat.
That was one hell of a conversation. I'm not sure how restful that break really was, but David and Keith seem to trust each other more now. Let this be your final spoiler warning for this game. We're going to be diving into all 5 endings as well as their requirements, so please skip ahead to the timestamp on screen if you just want my closing thoughts or if you're sensitive towards blood, because there will be quite a bit. This game is a lot harder to talk about the endings for in a chronological fashion because of each of the requirements. For every ending to make sense, make sure to watch the bad endings as well. They reuse some of the cutscenes and I'll only be playing them once each. For the first bad ending, both Sophie and David have to be dead. It doesn't matter how they die, they just have to be dead. That means Keith entered the final graffiti room alone. Keith walks to the other side of the room and takes the stairs. A phone begins ringing once again, triggering a hostile reaction from Keith as well as a flashback.
Stop it. Stop it! Excuse me. Bearing here? Yes, that's right. I'll be there.
Mr. Baring, sorry to have called you. Your wife said she couldn't look, but we need you to confirm.
It's my son.
Are you sure?
He's wearing the clothes from this morning. My wife sewed his name on then. Todd Baring. Check behind the neck.
You have my deepest condolences. Sign here. We'll send you a pamphlet for a mortician. Refer to it if you wish. Thank you. There's a nurse waiting outside. Tell them if you need any help. Now, please excuse me.
Helen. It's me.
Hey, Keith, you off loitering somewhere? You gotta hurry. The suspect's on the move. Head for Wellington Street. Got it?
Don't go. Stay with me.
Keith continues forward, going through the gate to his left and up 3 sets of stairs. There's a lever on the wall that he pulls twice. It makes a horrific grinding noise. Keith goes back downstairs to the gate on the other side of the hall, following it down until he stumbles upon a gruesome scene. The boogeyman stands above the bloodied corpse of Helena, but it doesn't look like she was slashed to death.
Oh dear. Now I've done it. I thought I'd get the drop on you, but you're always going off somewhere or another, so I couldn't keep up. What an awful curtain closer. But hey, that's how it goes. I've done a lot of harm murdering, and you've done a lot of harm protecting. Life doesn't always go the way you want it, don't you know? Detective, can I ask a question? Who took away the stairs?
Keith! Keith! Helena! Where'd they get to? Those guys okay?
Yeah, that's right. I've heard the situation. I'm talking with him now. Hey, hold on. Can you just give me some more time? What? Tell him to go do it himself. Don't be stupid. Sure, he's a detective, but he's a victim here. If you want to hear it straight from him, you tell him that yourself. Why did it have to be her? I can't just say these things happen, can I? It's always on my mind, you know. Guys like us live all bold, but good people keep dying right in front of us. And there's nothing we can do about it. To hell with this. With all of this. Don't hold it in, Keith. You can cry now.
I didn't cry when my son died.
Keith.
Show yourself.
Boy, that was awful. But hey, guess it worked out okay in the end. Now I'm able to meet you again. You've got a gloomy look there, Detective. Was killing me not enough? Worried about your wife, maybe? Don't worry, she's doing just fine on the other side. With your son, too.
Give it back.
Give what back?
My wife. My son. Give back my family!
It wasn't me.
It was you!
Detective, so you can't even cry normal tears, huh? Give them back? But didn't you just throw it all away? You always focused on your enemy, the one you knew was lurking somewhere. Didn't you notice the ones clinging to your feet? I'm sure you did, but you pretended you didn't, for the sake of your petty, miserable pride. You just pushed them away. I just picked them up. This was how it would always go down, sooner or later. All along, you never even knew. I guess I'll tell you. I am the boogie. The boogie in your head.
For the second bad ending, Sophie needs to die, but David needs to live. After the conversation in the graffiti room, Keith realizes that the painting on the wall is a secret passageway, but he isn't strong enough to open it on his own after taking on so many injuries. David helps him out and they explore the new area. While exploring one of the rooms, a phone starts ringing once again. Keith is sick of it and demands that David silence his cell phone, but David claims that no phone is ringing. Heck, David lost his phone earlier, just like Keith did. Keith is visibly upset, mumbling about how he hates the sound of phones ringing. When David asks why, he claims it's because they always bring bad news. This activates the same flashback as the last ending with the death of Keith's son.
I'm scared of phones ringing. I feel like someone's going to tell me about a death in a family again. Ever since then, I haven't been able to answer calls.
Why'd your son die?
Run over by a truck. Driver died instantly. I couldn't blame anyone. I still have idiotic thoughts. Like if I hadn't answered that call, maybe nothing would have even changed. If I'd had been with him, maybe he'd still be alive and smiling. It's completely stupid. It changed nothing. What could I have done? Sorry for grabbing you. I was just confused. Let's go.
The two move onwards, going through the left gate and through the room with the lever towards a balcony. Nothing is here, so the duo head to the exit.
Ah! Get back!
Keith is now alone. He walks all the way back to the safe room, only to find it entirely empty.
Lance? Shirley? Richard? Sophie?
No witnesses. Not a single one.
I only just heard about it, so I don't know any details. We're talking with the police there, but they seem confused.
Like hell I'm satisfied with confused. Do you know how many deaths we have here? Come on. I'm going to the scene myself. Get everything in order, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Dad? Where'd Mom go?
I don't know.
Did Mom die?
I don't know.
Are you lonely, Dad?
Yeah. But I've got you here. We'll sleep here until Mom comes back. You okay with it dark? Need a nightlight?
I'm fine, 'cause you're here, Dad.
For the third bad ending, Sophie must live, but David must die. Keith goes to the room with the lever through the stairway, not through the painting, since David isn't there to help him. Here he comes face to face with the boogeyman.
I've been waiting, Detective. Oh dear, what a frightening face. A glare like that. Heck, it even gets me shaking. What got you so angry? Ah, David's death, perhaps? Well, there's no need to worry there, because I'm the one who killed him. It wasn't your fault. Yes, those are the magic words. Aren't they the ones you're always telling yourself every time you confront an innocent person's death? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Well, fine by me, detective. You're always biting off more than you can chew, eh? But now you should be asking yourself, is it because this guy's a murderer that I want to kill him so bad? Whoa there, I know you want to make this quick, but give me a sec. Indeed, once this game is over, you can leave safe and sound. With your wife, too. Yes, your wife is just fine. Well, maybe a little hurt, you know. If you catch me, this oh-so-fun game will finally end. But that's too boring, isn't it? Now I'm going to kill you. You can put up any opposition you like. Nobody to force yourself to protect here, so do as you please. Kill me, find your wife, and go back home. That's a happy ending for you, right?
It's time for a boss fight. This is relatively easy. Keith has a very large range, so you can just swing the axe while keeping your distance.
Precious box of yours. It smells rotten. There's a corpse in the box. You're just pretending you don't notice it.
The boogeyman dropped something before Keith threw him from the balcony. It appears to be a key for the right gate. Keith opens that gate, finding Helena tied up.
Helena.
Keith? Keith, thank God. I'm so glad you're alive. Keith, you're hurt. Really hurt. Let me see. Are you okay?
This is nothing, but you.
It doesn't hurt at all. It's just... I was so scared. I thought you might vanish in front of me too.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I couldn't protect you.
Keith.
Let's continue our conversation. I'm gonna go with D, the bad one. Give me a week. I'll pack my bags.
No, I'll leave.
You should stay there. You don't want to let go of the house, do you? All the memories there. A week from now, let's do dinner. I want to talk about some last things. A lot of them.
Okay. I want that too.
No more beer for you?
Yeah, I get sleepy if I drink too much.
I'll take you home tonight. so you don't have to worry about that.
No, it's fine. I need to be capable of going home alone, even if I'm drunk. Hey, do you remember this? One time, after having a lot to drink, you came home with all this food. And when you got home, you started cooking all of a sudden. I just stared in disbelief while you cooked without a word. Then you said, "Okay, eat up, good night," and fell asleep.
Did that really happen?
Of course! I couldn't eat it all, so I gave it to you in the morning. And you said, "Oh, wow, luxurious. Did you make that in advance?" You didn't remember it at all. Gosh, I laughed so hard.
If you think that's funny, I shouldn't tell you what I got up to as a drunk student. You'd laugh yourself to death.
I haven't seen you laugh in forever.
Really?
If you can smile like that, then I don't need anything else.
Not even me being with you? Sorry. I'll stop. Don't cry, Helena. I want our last meeting to be a fun one.
Right. Keith, it's your phone. Keith.
Don't answer it.
We're unable to take your call at the moment. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Keith, what the hell are you thinking? How can you resign and not tell me about it? I want to talk, please. Call me back, ASAP. I'm waiting.
Keith? A message from Mr. Anderson? So he called the home phone too. Oh, you surprised me. Where were you?
Couldn't sleep, though I thought I'd have a drink. Sorry I woke you. Though there was a bottle of spirits in here. Where'd that go?
Oh, it's in those drawers. Keith?
Helena, you should stay in this house. Todd is here, and so am I. This house was like a box full of treasures to me. Treasures more valuable than life itself. I wanted to protect them at all costs. But I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't protect them. Not Todd, not you. And yet, even knowing my powerlessness, I couldn't let things go. If you're ever born again, I'll pray You never meet me.
I'm going to cut things off here in the hopes of not incurring the wrath of YouTube. Let's just say that all 3 members of the family are now reunited. The final bad ending has almost the same requirements as the true ending, the only difference being that you need to be missing at least one of the secret scenes I mentioned earlier. A good rule of thumb for identifying those is that if there is a videotape, it's a secret scene. Just like in Bad End 2, David and Keith find the secret passageway. The phone rings and the flashback plays. We cut to the safe room.
I hope Keith and David are all right. It's been so long since they went out. Helena?
Thank goodness you're safe.
Where's Keith?
He went looking for you. Oh, but I'm so glad. Now we'll just wait for those 2 to return and...
Wait! Where are you going?
I have to go. That man's going to come. He'll catch me.
Don't go, Helena. Stay here with us. You'll be all right.
Yes, Helena. You should be safe with us. To go out simply isn't...
Helena! Lance!
What are you thinking? You know how dangerous it is to go it alone?
Let go! If I don't run, that man will catch me.
So then why not stay with us? You gotta calm down, lady.
No! If I'm caught, Keith will...
Keith? What about Keith? Hey, I don't know what you're saying. Hey, wait! Where'd she go?
Lance, what are you doing out here?
You guys. Hey, we saw Helena. She was okay.
Really?
Yeah, but I lost her. We gotta catch up. She should be nearby.
I'm taking you back to the room.
What? You going deaf? I told you your woman's close by.
And what's the plan if you're attacked? You can't run with that leg.
You... Don't you tell me what I can't do.
Lance, stop it.
You know, that cocky freak is scary. But in my eyes, you're scarier. I'm grateful that you saved me. But past that, you're shady as all get out. I never know what you're thinking. For all the lengths you go to save people, you never show any emotion. Never get upset. Not to mention knowing all about my past and trying to scare me with that. Just like that other guy. Tell me, why do you know about me?
I liked your articles about the Bronx incident. They were pretty on point. I was wondering when I could read more, but more never came, because the author had left journalism.
Huh?
When I heard your name, I had my suspicions, and it turned out I was right. One leading question, and I'd gotten you. I didn't mean to go fishing through your past. I just read your articles, and you talk just like your articles read. Really has that unpleasant attitude.
You should have told me that before. What'd you have to scare me for?
I just wanted to tease you for picking fights with everyone. Want to take it to court? I'll win.
I really don't get you. Can't even tell if you're serious or a huge joker. But I can tell one thing. You're not just an unfeeling RoboCop. The whole never shaken thing is just an act, huh?
I shouldn't be inviting citizens to panic.
Stop saying crap about shoulds and shouldn'ts! Listen, I know. Deep down, you think we're just annoyances. Don't really care what happens to us. 'Cause ultimately, we're total strangers. And you're sketchy as hell for trying to hide that. Why you gotta hide that? If we're just in your way, say it. Don't go so far protecting us that you'll kill yourself off. If you want to save your woman right now, then do it.
Go back to the room, Lance.
I'll look for Helena too.
Did you forget what I just said? You're an annoyance. Go away.
Right you are.
You go back with Lance.
But Keith...
I'll be fine. Don't let him get hurt anymore. Go.
Wait, I'll take you there.
You stick with Keith.
What if something happens to you?
Shut up. It's fine, you babyface.
Babyface?
The boss fight carries out just as before.
Who are you?
I'm not anyone, Detective. Looks like you did things out of order, Detective. But still, not bad.
Helena?
David, where's Keith?
We came here together earlier, then we split up. He must be that way. Let's go look for him.
Keith! Keith! Please, Keith, get up!
Don't move him, Helena. First we need to stop the bleeding.
Helena? Are you there?
I am. It's okay, Keith. We'll stop the bleeding.
Can't see. Blood in my eyes. Helena, you there?
No. Please, Keith. Please. Hold on. Please. Don't leave me. You're the only one I can't lose.
Helena? Helena? What's wrong?
Huh?
You were crying. Have a bad dream?
I had an awful dream.
What was it like?
I don't want to remember it.
Helena, you need to wake up soon.
I want to sleep a little longer.
Wake up, Helena. The bad dreams are always the real ones.
Were you asleep, Helena?
I was dreaming.
What kind of dream?
A happy dream.
Good. I'm glad you can get some sleep. Do you think you can eat anything? I'm done cleaning the storeroom, so I thought I'd make you something.
I'm not hungry.
You need to eat, Helena. It's not healthy. I'll make you something simple.
Thanks for your help, Shirley, but it's fine. You don't have to do anything. I'm just glad you came.
If you can get to sleep, then maybe you should sleep. But isn't it chilly by the window? Come to the bedroom.
I want to be here right now. It's my favorite place. I always like to see my son coming home from kindergarten, or Keith coming home from work.
This must be a great place then. Helena, you remind me of a friend of mine. She got along really well with her husband. So, when her husband left, she was very depressed. She told me that her son's support helped her get her back on her feet. She was a really good person. When I was introduced to her, she told me she was glad to have a daughter-in-law. But I didn't know much about becoming anyone's family. I thought, if my parents threw me away, how could I ever be a part of a stranger's family? And she noticed my worry, so she told me this. While I had an unhappy marriage, through it, I met my beloved son. But not everyone can have such happy meetings. So, if you're unsure, I won't mind if you run away. Ultimately, I let anxiety get the best of me and I ran. And by the time I resolved to come back, she was already gone. I still regret my cowardice, but I know it's too late. David seemed to think that you and Keith didn't get along, but I never thought that for a second. You were always so concerned for Keith, and Keith always sounded kind when he spoke to you. I knew you must have really valued each other. I thought I'd like to be like that myself, but it's not so easy. I still don't know how to go about it.
I'm sure you just need lots of wonderful memories. It's okay, Shirley. You two will be just fine.
Thanks. Why do the people so close to you always have to go so soon?
Helena, sorry, I was cleaning the living room and I broke something.
Hold on, what did you break?
A glass cat?
You broke a Swarovski ornament! What are you doing?
That's why I said I should clean the storeroom. You know I'm clumsy.
There's even more stuff in there! That would be a disaster!
Say what?
You two are just too adorable. There's nothing to worry about, Shirley. You're a wonderful pair. I know you'll get on fine. I don't want any more bad dreams. I'm exhausted. I just want to have happy dreams.
Helena!
No, please!
Helena.
The true ending starts with one big difference. When David asks why Keith hates phones and the flashback plays, there's an extra scene at the end.
Helena, please don't leave without telling me. It makes me worry.
It's been a year now. You always stayed with me. You always supported me. But I can't do it. I can't stop the tears. You got back on your feet, but I can't do anything but cling to you. But I can't drag you down with my weakness anymore. So...
You know what I thought when I saw his body? I thought I failed. Can you believe that? That a parent would think that after losing a child? But it's true. Everyone has one leg in a coffin. If they aren't careful, they can easily fall in. No exceptions. I should have known that. But I didn't. I prayed that my family would be an exception. I wanted them to be there smiling at me forever. When I saw him in the hospital, something died in me. I wanted to kill the one who took my son from me. And you know, some people smile about the deaths of others. I lost all hesitation to punish those people. I thought if they were gone, it would all end. But it'll never end. I still hear someone scoffing at me, saying, "You couldn't even protect your own son."
It's not your fault.
That's what they all say.
No! It's what I really think.
Then what should I have done? I always felt like such a clown. He died while I was out running around, trying to save others, so the audience just points at me and laughs. I didn't know anything anymore. Why I smiled, why I cried, why I got angry. I forgot how I even expressed those things. Even when I saw him dead, I didn't cry. Now it's just you. You're all I have left. I'll keep praying for a sunny day, and until then, I'll be your umbrella.
Who will keep you from getting wet?
I don't care if I get wet. Helena, if you give up on me someday, then I want you to just forget about me. But please, for my sake, don't leave me alone.
Don't cry, Keith.
I never cry.
No, you're crying. You've always been crying. I'm sorry for pushing my complaints on you. I'll get stronger so I can protect you. Whatever happens, you're someone I never want to lose.
This time, when Keith explains himself and begins to leave, David speaks up.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I know that.
No, you don't understand. You're clever, so you're trying to fool yourself, saying, "It's not my fault," to convince yourself of that. But you can't fully deceive yourself. Deep in your heart, you still blame yourself. So you desperately try to protect everyone, even people you just met. Protecting people as a detective lets you make up for it. You can replace your guilt with pride and a sense of duty, but that isn't going to save you. Even if you only protect what you really feel is important, no one will blame you for it.
Don't act like you know so much. I'm only doing what I should be doing.
And you're deceiving yourself with it.
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Then why's my son dead?
It's not your fault. Everyone has things they're powerless to help. So stop lying to yourself, please. Just forgive yourself.
Let's go.
They go to 2 new rooms this time, one with a single book containing a passcode and one with an old broken video camera. Using the code from the book, Keith unlocks the final door in the hallway, revealing a room where the tape from the broken camera can be played.
At last, I finally got a hold of you. Oh dear, hurt all over. But what else could I do? You just wouldn't stop running, miss, no matter how much I hurt you. But well, our game of tag's come to a close now. Yes, you can't outrun the scary, scary boogeyman. Are you relieved it's over, or are you still scared? Well, madam, do you want to run?
You're an unbelievable idiot.
Say again.
I called you an idiot. You thought I was running because I was scared? You think maybe you've spent too long in your little closet world to understand. You've convinced yourself that women and children are all scared of you. What were you planning once you caught me? Kill me? And then what? You'd go to kill Keith, right? You told me you had Keith in your hands. Whether he'd live or die was up to me. I guess that was true. And all this time you've been foolishly chasing after me. You could never kill him. I'm weak. I can't be as strong as Keith is. But there is something I can do in all my weakness. If I can keep your attention away from Keith by running all the time, I'll run to the ends of the earth. You poor, stupid little boogeyman. You really are such a child. You just love bullying anyone weaker than you. Go ahead. Have fun in your little world. Call yourself a villain, a monster. But I'll never let you bring my husband into it. Don't you dare lay a hand on him!
You talk too much, madam.
That's terrible. Let's hurry and look for Helena. She must be nearby. Keith? Keith, what are you doing? We have to hurry. Keith, are you listening? Hey, what are you staring at? Are you asleep? Get a grip! Come on!
I'm awake. David, you look for Helena. She should be near.
Huh? What about you? What are you gonna do?
I'm going to go kill a monster.
With David looking for Helena, Keith goes to confront the boogeyman.
Wait, Dad. Leave the door open and don't turn out the lights in the hall.
Why?
The boogeyman will come.
What kind of guy is this boogeyman?
He has long nails and kidnaps kids. He lives in the closet.
A kidnapper? Well, can't leave a guy like that on the loose. Alright, Dad'll give him a good beating. Hey, Boogie, you in there? What the? Hey, let go.
Dad? Dad!
Whew, he was a little tough, but I got him good. No worries, son. Old Boogie won't come for you anymore.
Really?
Would I lie? Me and Mom are in the bedroom right there, you know. You still scared? Oh, need your stuffed bunny, do you?
No way! I'm not a wuss, Dad. I can sleep by myself.
That's the spirit. Listen, Todd. If the boogeyman comes to get you again, Dad'll beat him up.
'Cause you're a police officer?
'Cause I'm Dad. Good night, son. Should I leave the light on?
It's okay. I've got you and Mom.
Good night. I love you.
Don't blame it on the sunshine. Don't blame it on the moonlight. Don't blame it on the good times. Blame it on the boogie. Have you ever thought about it, detective? Thought you have an enemy? Who or what it is, you don't even know. Maybe it doesn't even exist. Maybe it's all in your head. But you know there's something tormenting you, always making it so painful. You feel like the whole world's out to make you suffer. Too troublesome to make an enemy of the whole world, right? So just making one enemy will do. I chose you as my enemy. Have I become yours? Oh well, either way, we're gonna settle this right here. Let's end this wonderful game now. Can you beat this final boss and take back your beloved wife? What's so funny?
Boy, you're really having a blast, huh? What's so funny that you can be all smiles all the time? Total opposite of me. I don't remember the last time I laughed. But I guess we were pretty similar after all. In a sense, it was all a lie. You're always grinning ear to ear, but you're scared, aren't you? So you keep running. You can't go head to head with me. You and me are just acting. You're no scary monster, and I'm no paragon of justice. Final boss? Huh. A big baddie should be a pretty sly guy, shouldn't they? But taking hostages, always on the run, the only thing you can chase after is girls' rumps. You know, I wasn't planning to do anything with you. As long as the elders were safe, I was fine leaving you be. I'd secure your hostages and scram, then just leave you to the local police. Because I'm not chasing you. You just keep running from me. What I'm really chasing after. Sorry, but it ain't you. That's right. It's not you. You're my enemy. Spare me the sleep talk. Why would I make my enemy a dunce who just sneaks away? A coward who hides in the closet and threatens kids. And your enemy? Not me either. You've got a lot more enemies. If you go to the Slammer, you're gonna be a real popular guy. I can tell. But this is a great chance. No hostages to get in the way, no one watching, so I can do whatever I like with you. Detective, criminal, that doesn't matter now. You've done the number one thing to get on my bad side. You chased after my wife's rump. That alone is enough reason for me to beat you down. Don't you think, Boogie? Can't afford to laugh anymore, can you? Back to your closet, Boogeyman. You don't have what it takes to make it over here.
The boss fight begins one final time.
Where do you think you're going, Lance?
I'm gonna find them. They've been gone way too long.
Did you forget what he said? It'll be a burden on him to move around on our own.
Well, then after all's said and done, we'll tell him we did just what he said. Of course, you might have all gone stone cold by that time.
Don't joke about things like that.
Sounds like a joke to you? We got 2, maybe 3 corpses around here?
What part of don't you get?
Stop, you two. Don't fight.
We'll go search together. I'll lead the way. Sophie and Shirley, you hold hands. And Lance, you watch the rear.
Papa.
You really want to go?
Yes, we'll be all right together. And there's something I'm curious about.
What's that?
This whole incident may just be a great big farce.
What do you mean?
Let's be going.
Helena! Where are you? Helena! Helena!
David!
Are you okay?
That man knocked me out. I woke up here. I was unconscious the whole time. Keith!
Helena!
Keith! Where are you?
Always on the run, huh? What's in that big head of yours? Brendan?
You lose. Detective.
You're Brendan? Why? Stop moving around.
Keith! Helena!
We have to stop the bleeding. Lance!
Richard, help me out.
Sophie, find something to tie him with.
Keith!
Got you.
Keith? You...
Helena, when we get home, let's finish our conversation. No more running.
No! Keith, stay with me, please! Keith!
The servants and Stevie. 10 people died all told. I'm sure glad to be alive now. Feeling glad to even have air to breathe.
Listen, don't you say a word about all this. Especially not to your coworkers. If it takes money to shut your yap, I'll pay any price.
Ho ho ho! Bribery! Where's that money coming from?
My own pockets. Listen, you guys can distort the truth all you want, and I won't say a peep, 'cause that's freedom of the press. But this is different. I've got no tolerance for people pointing and laughing at a wounded friend.
Do I gotta tell you again? I'm not a gossip guy. I hate cops, sure, but I hate gossip too. I won't ask for money, and I won't say a peep, 'cause I'm grateful to the guy. So quit hounding me. But, as an involved party, I've got a right to know what happened there. I just can't wrap my head around it. I talked to Brendan at dinner. Heard he got tired of the musty old castle and ran to Hollywood. Had a lot of fun in the movie biz. So what was the motive?
Guy's gone silent. Sounds like he convinced you he was a goody two-shoes, but I bet you heard a different story in Hollywood. Now that's the kind of thing your lot should be writing about. Nobody knows people's past, usually, but it's easy to fool you into thinking otherwise with a little acting, and once you know somebody's past, you can lead them by the nose. He tricked you all, and tried to kill you. What a farce. Not sure of the motive yet, but he was pretty systematic about it all. Spent a ton of cash beforehand to check up on all the tour attendees. Even did a background check on me.
On you? Why?
'Cause I was going to be on that tour.
No wonder I thought he knew me. The hell, so he just researched us?
That's the oldest trick in the book for us, saying, I know all about you. It makes you superior to the other person, so you can control them. Then they freak out and have to submit. He knew that tactic well. Seeing right through people without any tricks. That's what makes a real monster, ain't it? In his case, he just used money and connections to dig up people's past, and played the part of a monster.
But the research wasn't to select candidates, so he just picked randomly. Oh, damn, was he just in it for fun?
Now, my turn to ask questions. What you tell me is the only way I can figure out this incident. Give me anything you got. First, Brendan, or Bookie rather, what kind of man was he?
How should I say it? I suppose he had no emotion. That's how I saw him. He said such terrifying things without a care. He hardly showed any human feelings. He really was like a monster.
Keith told me he was a real jester.
Jester? Absolutely not. I would have much preferred if he were at least a little silly. He was a very disturbing, terrifying man. He was totally calm as he did awful things.
Richard, you seem to have a suspicion he might be Brendan. Why do you think that?
When my daughter went missing, and I panicked thinking that man might have taken her, Keith told me something. This was the kind of person who would show corpses as decoration, so if he did take Sophie, he'd show off proof of it, meaning she was still safe. Luckily enough, I didn't see them, but indeed, evidently, there were many dead bodies left around. As Keith said, my daughter hadn't fallen into his grasp. He was correct in his assumption. That made me realize something unusual about what he'd said. Keith said he saw the moment Brendan's neck snapped, and his corpse was quickly dropped into the basement. Isn't that odd? Why did he quickly put Brendan's corpse out of sight? Why did he treat him differently from the other victims?
'Cause he didn't want you investigating it. He's got some keen insight, I'll give him that. So you suspected this was a farce plotted by Brendan?
No, well, I suggested that since Keith hadn't checked the corpse, he might still be alive. I only wanted to believe there was a chance he was alive. I had no conviction about the rest. So I didn't speak about it to Keith. I wouldn't dare risk throwing him off with my amateur opinion, not to mention we didn't know whether his wife was safe.
Apparently, Keith saw the moment Brendan's head came off, actually.
Was it a doll?
Right you are. Packed with neat little blood packs, it seems. Brendan was hung upside down and had his mouth taped up, and it was dark enough to be hard to tell who's who. Just dressing him up the same way made Keith assume it was him. On top of all those flashy rave lights, he dropped the corpse down below so it was impossible to check it closer. And since Keith saw the tour conductor killed right after that, of course, he'd think Brendan was killed too.
If I'd said something, maybe this could have been resolved sooner, but I was paralyzed with fear. I was only worried about my daughter. even when Keith was running all over the place for us.
Don't worry about it. Keith did all that 'cause he wanted to. That's all. He's deeply glad you're all safe. Now, little lady, can we hear from you too?
Hear what?
Anything. What you thought. What you noticed.
Well, I knew he was a fake, because I've met the real boogeyman.
Sophie, stop it. Not this tale again.
Fine, if you say so, Papa. Guess I'm not saying a word.
Go ahead, please. Meeting the real boogeyman sounds pretty juicy. Can you tell me more?
Maybe not really met. He just touched my shoulder, but his hand was cold as ice. Right away I knew it wasn't human. That guy's hands were human, though. They had warmth, so I knew he was just a regular guy.
Huh. So boogeyman's hands are cold, eh? I'll tell that to my little squirt. Anything else you noticed?
I feel like he might get angry if I say this.
I won't. Tell me.
That guy had this cold and emotionless air, like you couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. It reminded me of Mr. Keith, a little.
You still think that way now?
Not even, because Mr. Keith got really mad at me. He was like, "Don't worry your papa ever again."
Red paint? On his face? It was nothing like that. It was all red from blood spurts, though.
Really? Keith told me he had a weird paint on a torn paper bag. And one more thing. Did you see any red graffiti in the castle? Or any monsters? Hear any phones ringing?
No, I didn't.
Mr. Hoover, you're colorblind, if I recall. Maybe you just couldn't see the paint.
Yeah, but it's white and pink I get mixed up. I can see red just fine.
Well, and you, miss?
I saw quite a bit of the castle, but none of that. Did you hear that from the others?
Don't get me wrong. I don't think you're lying. The others said they saw nothing too. But then, that makes Keith the one talking nonsense.
I don't think Keith is necessarily lying.
What do you mean?
Because people don't always see the same things you do.
Thanks for the assistance, you two. Sorry about calling you in 2 weeks after the fact.
Is not everything settled yet?
The police there are in the middle of their investigation. My role is just to assist. I'm going to report your testimonies to them, and that's that. I'll be off now. Eric, take them to the entrance.
When our son died, I thought my own life was over too. I couldn't think about anything. Nothing had any taste. But tears would suddenly come anyway. I don't remember anything about what I did back then. That Keith was always at my side. When I wailed and shouted, he'd hug me, stroke my hair, say it was okay. Eventually, I adjusted to life without our son. I found I could laugh again. But when I got my own emotions back, I realized Keith had stopped laughing. I had been broken, and so had Keith. Over time, I was able to heal, but he didn't. He was still stuck in the moment of thought. He was always supporting me, so he never faced up to himself. I struggled to be at least a little stronger. Next time, I would protect him, since I wanted him to laugh again. But I couldn't. I couldn't repay anything to Keith. And I realized I was a burden on him that would keep him from ever walking again. So, even if we're far apart, as long as he can laugh again, then that's the best choice I can make.
My wife always brings me warm milk before I go to bed. And last Father's Day, my little squirt tried cooking me a meal. I definitely don't need milk to get to sleep, and the kids cooking, I'll be blunt, it ain't good. But I'm glad for it. Usefulness and collateral don't mean a thing with this stuff. Keith didn't stay close to you expecting something in return. That's... You guys have got too much sympathy. You don't mind getting hurt for the sake of the other. But can't you notice that one of you being hurt hurts the other? You've just been getting more and more wounded as you go along. You're propping Keith up too, Helena. He can fight day after day, 'cause he knows you're waiting at home, as much as I tease him about it. Don't think of yourself as baggage. Depend on him as much as you need. That's what he wants too.
Keith grabbed my hand and smiled, even though he was stabbed and wounded.
And what'd he say?
Got you.
'Cause he finally got what makes him happiest. But, man, too much discrepancy between your guys' testimonies and Keith's. Just how am I gonna report this to their department? Hey, Helena, he went back home from the hospital today, right? Can I come talk with him now?
I'm sorry. Before he goes back home, there's a place he's going to visit. And I'm planning to head there myself. Keith.
I've always wanted to cry like this. I never forgot about him. Not for a single day. Ever since he died, I was scared. I felt like even the slightest sign of weakness would make it all crumble. I acted like I felt nothing, like nothing disturbed me. I thought then I might be able to fool everyone, even myself. It was so stupid. I was broken a long time ago. It was all garbage, but I acted like a champion of justice. It always felt off. Whoever I was working for, I never felt repaid. And I saw you were safe, and you came up to me. Finally, I felt happy again. Acting strong just made me weak. It was pointless. Todd would never forgive his father staying broken forever, because I promised I'd protect his mom. I'll take off the blindfold. I'm gonna laugh, even if it's at a stupid TV show. If I'm pissed, I'll get mad. And if I'm sad, I'll cry. First, I guess there'll have to be counseling. There's something seriously wrong with my head, seems like. It's gonna be a busy time. And it's gonna be so busy, I won't be able to do it alone. Helena, I don't think I can deal with just being a good loser. I want a chance. Let me chase after you. Let me get down on my knees. You're the only one I want waiting for me.
There's no need for a chance. Didn't I tell you? Divorce or decide. I've decided. Haven't you too? We only ever have one umbrella, so we hold it together. And it's fine if we get a little wet, because it'll soon be sunny again.
There's one final bonus scene after this that takes place. It's not playable like what we had in The Sandman, it's just an extra cutscene.
How many times have we come here again?
Oh, 5, I think.
Ugh, I can't stand it. We've told them the same story over and over. There's gonna be rumors at school about Sophie frequenting the police station.
Now, Sophie, don't complain. The police are doing their best, and it's been a month now. This must be the last time. I'm sure of it. Does my princess require a beverage to quell her temper? What shall it be, your majesty?
Orange juice.
Very well. I'll go buy some.
Thanks. Hey, when those dogs attacked me, you saved me, right? I can't imagine any other reason those dogs would fall asleep so quickly. Thanks. I'm having a great time lately. I'm getting along great with Papa and Anne, and Reagan, well, if she wants to get along, I'll give her a chance. Things are so much better than when I carried all my burden myself. Now I know there's someone always looking out for me. Sometimes I really miss you. You're doing okay, right? How about the other fairies? You know,
Sorry to butt in.
Ah! Hold on, wait! You got the wrong idea. I'm not a weirdo or anything, okay?
Don't touch me. Brats with a thing for daydreaming aren't the most comfortable people to be around.
I'm not daydreaming. Keep it between us, but I've met some fairies. So you don't believe me?
No, I do. I met one when I was a kid, too.
Really?
Yeah, this hobo in the area always had a head full of dandruff, so I called him the Dandruff Fairy. Oh yeah, and I've got a coworker who eats non-stop cup noodles, the Cup Noodle Fairy. Want to be introduced?
Why won't you believe me?
A 37-year-old who believes in fairies ain't exactly socially adjusted, don't you think? But hey, if they do exist, put in a request to one of your fairy friends to get me some wings. Big, fluffy, pink ones.
What do you use those for?
Just want some wings. Why not? Mr. Detective wanna fly away. Huh. You angry? Phew, better step off. One of your friends might cast a spell to turn me into a fluffy white kitty. Maybe instead of filling your head with stupid fantasies, fill in that chest a little. It's so pathetic I can't even look at it.
Ugh!
What's wrong?
Haven't been able to sleep since last night, even though I'm sleepy. It's weird.
Did you take any medicine?
Yep. Anxiolytics. Sleeping pills. Guess they're not working.
Let's talk to each other then. Before you know it, you'll be sound asleep, and it'll be morning.
Don't you need to sleep? You don't have to stay up for me.
It's fine. I'll stay with you until you're snoozing away.
Maybe some exercise would have been better.
So that was The Boogeyman. It is by far my favorite in the series. The story wasn't as emotionally driven as the other two, but the mystery more than made up for it in my eyes. I guess it panders more to my story preferences, but most people who watch these understand the general concept of having opinions, so I'm not too worried. It has the best gameplay in the series by a landslide, with great puzzles throughout. Needing to save your friends creates a lot of tension, and there are real consequences if you mess up. There are a few quirks here and there, especially with what order you pick things up, but for the most part it was great. The only real issue I had with the gameplay was navigation, since the map is huge and you don't really get a lot of guidance. The connections to the past games were really enjoyable to see, and it endeared me to David and Sophie even more than before. You can tell that after The Crooked Man, Uri was ready to connect all the other games to each other in increasingly interesting ways. I'm super excited to hopefully see all three past protagonists return in The Hanged Man. This game was simultaneously the funniest and darkest in the series. The Boogeyman was a terrifying villain, and he kept tensions very high. Working against a madman instead of a mysterious otherworldly being made it a lot more interesting in my eyes. This is the longest I've ever spent making a video, so I'd really appreciate anyone checking out my Patreon in case YouTube decides that the content was too dark. I hope to see you all again. Have a great rest of your day. The Strange Men Anthology is probably one of my favorite RPG Maker horror series of all time. The stories and characters are incredible, with countless emotional and heavily impactful moments that I've yet to find in other games like this. They always have great morals about personal development and being there for others. From The Crooked Man starting the series with a moody tone, to The Sandman and its more lighthearted comedic side, to The Boogeyman, which became the darkest and most depressing game in the series. Uri has thrown her hat into every ring, hitting the nail on the head each and every time. But every series has to come to an end eventually. Now, before I can hop into the descriptions for the finale, I need to be entirely transparent with you. Many scenes are going to be heavily edited in this video. My video on The Crooked Man was age restricted despite containing no offensive or harmful content. I would personally argue that it does the exact opposite of what YouTube claimed when it was reviewed, but there's nothing I can do about it now. The final game in the Strange Men Anthology is the closest in subject matter to The Crooked Man, meaning there is a high likelihood that I will make no money from this video. I'm not even willing to risk saying the name of the game. Instead, I'm going to be referring to it as the finale. Because of this, I would really appreciate it if you'd consider checking out my Patreon. You can get your name at the end of videos, weekly updates, behind-the-scenes content, sponsor-free releases, and access to a special section of my Discord server where I record and edit videos and voice chats. With that out of the way, let's talk about the game. The finale released in 2017 with predominantly snowy promotional artwork. This makes it stand out against the original 3, which had mostly dark assets. Let's take a look at the plot summary from the official translator's website. A boy walks through the snow, wandering around town. After running from place to place, he ends up in an old, abandoned building in the woods. Though he hoped to leave soon, when his best friend runs away, he must face his trial and go in search of him. The plot of this game is heavily tied to the first 3 games in the series, so I would highly recommend you watch my videos on the previous entries before this one. All 3 will be linked in the description below. A young boy is trudging through the snow at night, completely alone. The only illuminated building is a nearby fishing shop, which the boy enters. I am so happy with the art style in this game. It's truly the best I've ever seen from RPG Maker. It's simple, but it's cohesive. The characters look distinct, the assets and environments have so much detail, and it's immediately recognizable. That combined with the character stills scattered throughout many of the cutscenes, and we have an incredible looking game. As the boy browses, the clerk notices him eyeing a specific rod on the wall and talks to him about it. But the boy ignores everything, throwing the rod to the floor and stomping it to pieces. The clerk and manager bring him to the back to try and get any information they can, but the boy remains completely silent. They retrieve a piece of paper with a phone number on it from his coat, assuming it to be his guardian and calling so he can get picked up. David Hoover shows up, immediately recognizing the boy as his cousin Will. He reimburses the manager for the merchandise before leaving and taking Will with him. He asks if Will's mother knows where he is, but gets no response. They head to David's house, where he fixes some food for the boy. Will, still unwilling to talk, refuses to eat anything. David allows Will to sleep in his room while taking the couch for himself. Before Will leaves for bed, David requests that tomorrow they have a talk. Will walks upstairs. The second he closes the door behind him, a rat flops out of his coat and onto the floor. It begins to speak. The voice acting in this game is really hit or miss. Some of the characters knock it out of the park, like David, while others are really unpleasant, like the rat here. I think a lot of the characters would have had improved performances if they just had better quality mics, pop filters, and projected more. Overall, it is an improvement from the last game. The rat, who we learn is named Pop, claims that David is going to be really mad tomorrow during their talk. Because of this, Will climbs out of the window using a tree to lower himself down to the ground. Pop suggests that they find a motel for the night since it's freezing cold outside. When they find one, Will stares at the owner until he breaks down, handing over the keys to room 103. Will attempts to enter his room, but the chain is locked and someone is already inside. The voice is recognizable as Keith, who immediately realizes that Will is a runaway. Will closes the door, returning to the main office and getting a different key from the owner. Now in room 105, he and Pop watch some TV and wash up before getting some rest. The next morning, Pop suggests that Will apologize to David, but first, they decide to get some food. They head to a nearby cafe where Reagan, of all people, is behind the counter. She tells Will to take a seat wherever he wants, which he does. Soon, another familiar waitress appears asking if she's seen Will before. It's Sophie. What are she and Reagan doing working together? Will panics at the idea of being recognized, and he runs away immediately. He doesn't want to go back into town, running into the woods next to the freeway next to a sign labeling a restricted area. As he trudges further into the woods, he stumbles upon a huge run-down building. It's unlabeled, but it's the only shelter nearby, so Will crawls through a vent in the wall to get inside. After doing so, Will snags a can of spray paint before stumbling into a chapel of sorts. There are many chairs as well as a confessional booth in the corner. One of the chairs is occupied by a sleeping homeless man. This entire time, Pop has been making stupid wisecracks that have been driving me up a wall. I hate him so much. He's needlessly annoying and has been nothing but a complete nuisance since he first appeared. Will heads into the confessional booth and decides to confess his sins. Pop doesn't agree with what Will says, claiming that he doesn't think that the boy did anything wrong. Unfortunately, we can't hear what Will is saying, so we just kinda have to leave it for now. Will stands up and turns around to leave, noticing that the homeless man from before appears to be standing outside of the booth, listening. He waits for the man to leave before exiting. Both Will and Pop are uncomfortable now and want to leave, but the vent that they used to enter is far too high up on the wall to reach from inside of the building. Further in, Will finds the front entrance to the facility, but it's locked tightly. A rough map of the place shows at least 4 different buildings connected to each other, but not nearly enough information to find another exit. For now, they explore. Will finds a key labeled Gate Number 1, as well as a map with more details about one of the buildings. These maps are sometimes helpful, but other times needlessly confusing. The map in this game is huge. It's equally as confusing as the mansion in the Boogeyman, and the perspective changes constantly. The finale still has the classic Uri formatting issues. You'll constantly move upwards through a door but exit it downwards on the other side. This was a huge issue in some of the other games, especially when it came to chases, and it hasn't changed at all here. There's one specific scene later on which created a ton of needless confusion with the perspectives, but I'll address that once we get to it later. Will continues to look around, finding a key labeled Visiting Room 3. It has a tag attached to it reading Arkin. He also finds a dusty notebook to look through later. Down the hallway is a really good example of the perspective changes getting confusing. Here on the map you can see that there's a visiting room to the north, then a left turn that leads to the dining room. When you walk there yourself, the camera fully rotates, with this hallway being horizontal instead of vertical. This isn't too much of a deal during normal gameplay, but it's downright malicious when trying to read the map during chases, which is a thing you'll have to do. Will heads into the dining room, then the kitchen, spotting a key inside of a locked elevator shaft. His arms aren't long enough to reach it, so he decides to keep it in mind for later and move on. As he moves towards the door, he hears footsteps from down the hallway, quickly hiding behind some shelves. The door opens, revealing Keith with a flashlight. He recognizes Will as the runaway from yesterday, asking why he isn't in school. Keith forces Will to come with him and leave the restricted area, but not before sharing a ghost story to keep the boy away from this building. He tells a story about 5 people dying in this very establishment 15 years ago. They haunt this building, with those who visit it hearing cries and seeing moving shadows. They were tied to the ceiling from their ankles, with their stomachs split, draining the blood through gravity. Keith whips his flashlight over to some dirty sacks suspended from the ceiling, successfully scaring Will. Unfortunately for Keith, he scared off Pop as well, and Will refuses to leave the establishment without his friend. He demands that Keith help him look for Pop, which Keith refuses to do. Keith makes a really stupid decision here, telling Will that he's allowed to stay and look for Pop, but that he immediately has to leave afterwards. He then just leaves the kid behind without having any way of verifying that Will is actually leaving after he finds Pop. Will heads upstairs, finding rows and rows of cells, floor after floor. He keeps walking up the stairs and finding himself on the same exact floor with the same exact stain. He grabs his can of spray paint, marking the stain and breaking the loop now that there's a clear way to verify which floor he's on. Will heads further up, finding a room with a note addressing someone named Alec. The author is never going to be able to meet him again. They tell him that in 1 week they will visit him for the final time. In the rightmost seat of the visiting room, 2 knives will be placed underneath the table. Alec is to take it in secret. If he fails, someone named Arkin will bring the other one to him. Arkin is the name on the key to the 3rd visiting room, indicating where the knife can be found. Will enters the visiting room, moving to the far left side because the person who wrote the note would have had a flipped perspective from the other side of the glass. Will grabs the extra knife, putting it in his bag. His eyes glance over a note that he keeps with him, reading, "You're a demon child. Someday you'll be burning in hell for your sins." With the rest of the hallway being a dead end, Will returns to the cell block, stumbling upon a newspaper sitting in the hallway. It appears that this building is a mental asylum, and Alec used that knife on himself. The article claims that a staff member helped them out, most likely this Arkin person. On one of the floors above him, Will hears a distant crying. He follows the sound, finding a message on the wall claiming that there's a monster trying to force someone, presumably the cell owner, out. Upon further exploration, Will finds Pop skittering about. The rat scrambles underneath a door that's been painted over with concrete, sealing it from most sides. Will moves to the cell to the left, locating a hole in the wall and climbing through in the hopes of finding Pop. Inside, he does, but Pop isn't alone. He's with the sleeping homeless man from earlier. The man introduces himself as Ed, and he seems like a relatively nice guy. When Will tells him that Pop can talk, Ed doesn't even bat an eye. Supposedly he has a home that he can't go back to for one reason or another, so he's temporarily seeking some shelter at the asylum. He can't leave yet because he supposedly has something left to do here, although he won't elaborate on what it is. During this conversation, Pop gets scared and runs away again. Ed says that he can't help Will look because he's searching for something already, a black notebook. Ed and Will agree to keep an eye out for both the notebook and Pop before parting ways. Will keeps exploring, discovering a new floor. There's a second map for building 1 on the wall. It documents 5 floors of cells alongside a final floor with 2 exam rooms and a back room of some kind. One of the doors to the exam rooms opens on its own, and Will decides to investigate. There isn't much of interest inside. The exam rooms are formatted almost like interrogation rooms, with one-way mirrors that function as glass from the other direction. Will takes a look through the glass, noticing a reflection behind him of a tall, shadowy figure with blood-red eyes, tears pouring from each. With that, Will passes out. We're taken to a flashback from Will's childhood. Every night, when his mother would tuck him into bed and turn off the lights, a man in a striped shirt would appear. He would say nothing. He would do nothing. He would just sit there, in a way that Will equates to a mime. Whenever the lights turn back on, the mime vanishes. Will wakes up, finding that his coat has been placed atop him like a blanket. Keith is at a nearby table, sifting through some files. Keith addresses Will by his full name, William Morton, as he left his student ID inside of his jacket. Keith wants to know why Will skipped school and traveled so far to an abandoned building. He's only 14 years old. He also wants to know exactly why Will had a piece of paper on him with David Hoover's contact information on it. Will tells Keith that David is his cousin, which leaves only one more question. What's the story behind the letter calling Will a demon child? Is he being threatened? Will says that he doesn't think he's being threatened, but refuses to elaborate any further. Will asks Keith how he knows David, to which the man claims that he and David drink together sometimes. With the conversation over, Keith tells Will to go off and search for his rat. Whenever Will is with Pop, he feels safer. Whenever he listens to Pop, it seems like everything will turn out okay in the end. Keith doesn't even entertain the idea of a rat being able to speak. Will is clearly scared because his friend is gone, so Keith asks if Pop has any identifying features. After learning that he has a bent right leg and some missing fur in that area, he promises to keep an eye out for Pop before starting to leave. Before Keith can exit the room, Will asks who he is, learning both his name and his profession as a detective. Will asks why he's here as well, but he doesn't get an answer. He begins shuffling through the detective's bag, locating a photo of the building labeled with the line, "All the years you suffered, those were the best years of your life. George Schmid." Keith tells Will to get his grubby little fingers off his bag. Is Keith investigating a case relating to this building? Will walks to exam room 2, learning that the door is now mysteriously unlocked. There's a key labeled document room inside. Will returns to the back room, asking Keith about the building. He gets confirmation that it's a mental hospital that was shut down. A millionaire named Jim Cork bought it and turned it into a homeless shelter for a few years, but it currently sits abandoned once again. Will asks for information on if the story from 15 years ago is true, but Keith refuses to tell the story to someone who might soil themselves after hearing it. Will expresses his worries about this building, with the moving shadows and doors opening on their own. Keith says that the opening doors are because of him, as he borrowed a set of keys for his investigation. However, he didn't unlock exam room 2. Keith tells Will that everything is in his head. There are shadows, but that's because it's dark. They aren't moving. Will moves to the document room with his new key. By sheer luck, he finds Pop inside, although he's trapped on top of a shelf currently. Will picks up some tarot cards off the floor before moving a nearby ladder over to Pop. When he climbs it, Pop is once again startled and runs away. Why does he keep running away from his friend? On top of the shelf, Will finds a tabloid discussing an event known as the Happy Murders, which is an incident that forced the homeless shelter to close 15 years ago. One day, a priest noticed that the shelter's residents were acting suspiciously. Soon after, 5 corpses were found scattered throughout the building, each with a different cause of death. The one common trait between the deaths was that each body was suspended by rope. 5 residents confessed to the crimes, all with varying motives, yet none mentioned the ropes. The autopsies revealed that the freshest body was from a few days ago, while the oldest was from weeks ago. Yet none of the residents said anything about the bodies. All 5 killers gave the same final comment: "Now, I've finally become happy." After the incident, the millionaire immediately shut the shelter down, with all of the residents being forced to move to new locations. The door on the left side of the lobby has opened up, so Will steps inside. There's another map on the wall, this one with even more rooms to explore than in the first building. In the corner, there's a pot with a headless doll inside. It's completely tied up using a material that appears to be hair. Someone suddenly approaches Will from behind. It's Sophie, and she seems to know Will's name now. Sophie wants him to follow her away from here so he doesn't catch a cold, but Will is resistant. He's still freaked out after she seemed to recognize him at the cafe, and her sudden knowledge of his name isn't helping with that. Sophie reveals that she got the information from David, who's a close friend of hers. She apparently recognized Will because of how much he looks like David and immediately called to tell him. She learned that he's been worried sick about Will going missing, and Sophie decided to go help look for him. A truck driver reported that a kid was seen going into the woods, so Sophie went in to investigate. Sophie quite literally drags Will out of the building so she can bring him back to David, but he stops her by revealing that his friend went missing inside. He neglects to mention that his friend is a rat, so Sophie decides to help look, thinking that they're trying to find another child. The duo keep exploring, finding another, more intact doll on the floor, as well as a note mentioning that Dr. Dennis Sinier is taking a long vacation to recuperate. Will and Sophie stumble upon a room being occupied by Keith. Sophie and Keith quickly catch up, explaining why they're both here. Will is shocked to learn that they already know each other. Keith recommends that the kids go home, to which Sophie agrees. Before they leave, Will asks if Keith will grab a toolbox for them from the top shelf. He opens it up, finding a hammer, a crowbar, and a screwdriver. Will asks how Sophie and Keith know each other, prompting Sophie to explain that she was saved by him during an incident a while back. She doesn't elaborate on the events of the boogeyman, but she does tell Will that Keith is currently a client for Sophie's father. It sounds like Keith is making sure that he has a will and testament in order. Will asks Sophie if Keith is a bad guy. She tells him that he's not a bad guy, but he's not exactly a good guy either. It sounds like he still pokes fun at her quite frequently, and she does not appreciate that. The two move upwards, finding a book detailing the story of the boy who cried wolf. In a room to the left, there's a crudely drawn sequel to this tale, presumably made by someone at the mental hospital. In this story, the shepherd boy hears the wolves talking about attacking the village. Then he does nothing to stop them. Since he didn't warn the villagers, they are all torn apart and eaten by the pack of wolves. The boy cheers as they die, overjoyed at the villagers getting what they deserved for not listening to him. Nearby is another piece of paper labeled "A Conversation with Lisa Gardner." This transcript documents a conversation with the young girl who drew the rework of the story. The employee speaking to her asks why the villagers died. Wasn't the boy the one who did something? Lisa replies that adults lie all the time too. It seems like she has some lingering mistrust for an adult in her life, and they must have been quite neglectful of her education too, since her arguments are one of the dumbest things I've seen outside of a comment section in a long time. Lisa says that there are 4 villagers that are still on the run, but she hopes that they get eaten by wolves soon too. She wants all the bad grown-ups to go away so that kids can do whatever they want. Will and Sophie keep exploring. Will thinks he sees a shadow moving once again, freaking Sophie out. out. When they take a closer look, they find yet another doll under the covers of a bed. In a nearby employee area, they find an employee's diary. It seems that the patient in room 2103 is the one that drove Dr. Dennis Senior to take a vacation, and because of this, they're being moved to Building 3. Will and Sophie return to the main floor of Building 2, noticing that the doll in the pot from earlier is completely missing. A shadowy figure enters a door to the north, so the duo follow it. Inside is another one of the dolls that keep appearing around this building. This is the introduction to a very disturbing puzzle. Remember the room with the story of the boy who cried wolf? Scattered around it are dolls that have their stomachs cut open. Will and Sophie are supposed to locate all of the dolls that they've been stumbling across on their journey, cutting open the stomachs of those as well. As they look around, they stumble upon a bathroom stall with long strands of hair poking out from underneath the door. When they approach it, the hair slithers out of sight. Inside the stall, the headless doll from before sits in the toilet, still tied up with hair. Sophie and Will ignore the doll for now. Anything manipulating hair like that has to be bad news. They find the final doll underneath the grate in a different bathroom. They lift up the grate with a crowbar, snapping the tool in half but allowing access to the toy. They cut open its stomach, but nothing happens. There's a locked gate across from the bathroom that Will tried to open earlier to no avail. If he tries again after cutting the dolls, it's still locked, but this time Sophie helps him out and it opens easily for her. Why doesn't she help until after they mutilate a bunch of dolls? No idea. Why does it only open for Sophie? We'll get to that later. With the gate now opened, there's a new room to explore. Will spots a group of shadows sitting around a table and screams. Sophie didn't see anything and accuses Will of trying to scare her. When Will tells her he thinks that the shadows are ghosts, both of them freak out and run away to go get Keith. They both start rapidly screeching at him until he tells them to shut up. Both share the same story about seeing ghosts, but Keith doesn't believe it for a second. He doesn't believe in fairies, and he sure as hell doesn't believe in ghosts. The kids leave and return to the haunted room, taking a closer look at the table in the center. There's a cloth covered in a blanket of dust except for 3 card-shaped holes. Sophie recognizes this as a setup used for tarot readings, a topic she's quite familiar with because of her friend Anne. Will grabs the second part of the map to Building 2 from the wall while Sophie notices that he has tarot cards with him. She gives an explanation of each of the cards that he has. She notices that he also has a tarot card of the Hanged Man. He says someone gave it to him, but he claims he doesn't remember who. Will tries to move past the table and through the next doorway, but stops dead in his tracks. That doorway is causing him to feel a deep dread in his stomach, and he doesn't want to get any closer. This puzzle requires you to look at the dusty notebook from earlier. The message inside references many of the meanings behind the tarot cards that Sophie explained. Will places down 3 of the cards so that they convey the same meaning as the message within the notebook. Upon doing this, the feeling of dread leaves Will, allowing the two to move forward. They begin looking around the rest of Building 2. It's full of bedrooms, presumably for the mental hospital patients. Down the hallway, more hair pours from beneath a door. The headless doll sits inside of a bathtub behind it. Sophie doesn't want to believe that it's the same doll to prevent herself from panicking. To the south of the floor they're on, Will hears a scream from behind a door. Inside the room, there's a wooden box crafted to look like a 6-sided die as well as a note on the ground. The note shows an assortment of diagrams with marked segments. This doesn't have a concrete meaning for right now, but keep it in mind for later. Sophie and Will head up the staircase to the left to get to the next floor of the patient rooms. There's a large section of rotted wood in the wall that Will tears apart with his hammer, breaking it just like the crowbar. There's a hole in the ceiling that they can't reach on their own, so they stack a table and chair underneath so they can clamber up. There's a massive hole in the wall of the bathroom that leads to the 3rd floor housing. One of the doors on the right side is already propped open. Inside is a box with a 4-digit combination lock as well as a photo on the wall. It's quite lewd and I don't want to risk showing it, so I'm just going to replace it with a photo that Aaron requested. To find the code to the security box, Will needs to look at this photo 4 times. Sophie will then call him a perv. He looks at it again, noticing a code written on the back of the photo. This is the 2nd time that we've gotten a puzzle where things just kind of happen for no reason, which is really disappointing when compared to the rest of the series. The Strange Men anthology almost always has puzzles that make total sense from front to back. The dolls getting cut up had no connection to that gate. What if opening them all would have resulted in finding a key that unlocked the gate? That would have made way more sense. The creator has stated that she intended one interpretation of Sophie being able to open the gate but Will not being able to do so is Will's fear causing him to mistake things. To keep that scene in for the sake of the story while still allowing the puzzle to make more sense through the use of a key in the stomach, how about we make it so that any other door in the entire building has this issue instead, and it's immediately resolved by Sophie, just like in the normal cutscene. We could even throw in a 2nd door between the gate and the next room and have it happen right there. Then the pacing would be exactly the same. And what if the code that Will finds on the photo was hidden inside the photo itself with some light markings of each number scattered around in the background? Then it would have made sense why when he keeps looking at it, he eventually notices a clue. I don't really see a need to emphasize the perversion of a hormonal teenager here. They open the lockbox, finding a black notebook with the name George Schmid written on it. This has to be the notebook that Ed was looking for earlier. Will notices and follows the sound of Pop squeaking, allowing him to find the dining hall. He picks up his friend, thanking Sophie for all her help finding him. When he reveals that Pop is a rap, Sophie screams in fear. This terrifies the rodent, prompting Pop to run away once again. She quickly tries to recover in an attempt to not offend Will, but he's already upset, telling her to get away from him and leave him be. After all, he's just the freak kid with the rat, right? As Sophie leaves, Will notices a doll resting on her back. He recognizes it immediately, associating it with the name Murdoch. We enter a flashback showing a younger Will spending time at school. His teacher is upset at him for throwing a ball at a classmate, but Will deflects the blame by saying that it wasn't him. It was Captain Murdoch. Will is forced to stay inside during recess where Captain Murdoch appears. He claims that he threw the ball for Will's sake because the kid he threw the ball at doesn't really like him. He looks down on him, always smiling and laughing behind his back. He shouldn't trust anyone else. Not classmates, not teachers, only Captain Murdoch. Everyone calls Will a weirdo behind his back, but Murdoch and the others will never do that. Those are his real friends. But who are the others he's talking about? We cut back to present day with Will immediately regretting his actions. He pushed Sophie away just like Captain Murdoch used to, all because he was so scared of being rejected for being friends with Pop. This here is where Will makes one of the most important decisions in the game. He has to choose between going after Sophie and apologizing or just waiting for her to leave. This event is on a timer, and you only have a few seconds to choose. Your choice will dictate which of the endings that you get. The finale has 4 different endings, 3 bad and 1 good. There's technically a modified version of the good ending with extra scenes, but I really don't think it's worth going out of your way to replay the entire game for. This choice branches us down the path of either bad end 1 and good end 1, or bad ends 2 and 3. I'm going to throw down an extra save file here so I can cover all of them. To start with bad end 1, we aren't going to be going after Sophie. Will spends some time in silence, eventually making a realization. The room that he's in mirrors one of the diagrams that he saw on the piece of paper from earlier. He takes a look at the table matching the position of the marked circle on the paper, locating part of a note taped to the bottom. It's clearly a torn piece of a larger note, and it reads Roll 35. Maybe it has something to do with the dice. Will walks to the right, finding a kitchen with a side room. He enters said side room, running into Ed taking a breather in the corner. He asks how Ed managed to get in here without walking past, prompting the man to reveal that he knows this building like the back of his hand. Secret passages included. Will hands over the black notebook to an ecstatic Ed. Supposedly it belongs to someone he knew from a long time ago, this George Schmidt guy. Will learns that about 15 years ago, Ed lived at the homeless shelter for about a year. His father was a drunkard and his mother was dead, so what other choice did he have? He learned from a priest that there was a place they could stay for free. That's where he met George and learned about that notebook. Ed can tell that something happened to Will. The boy confides in his new friend about what happened with Sophie and Pop. Ed assures him that they'll make up because he can tell that Will is a nice kid. Will asks Ed to come with him, but Ed is currently busy with other work. That notebook has some kind of method that allows him to make progress on something. He doesn't elaborate, making Will promise to show him the talking rat once he finds him. Before he can go, Will asks Ed about the Happy Murder, since he lived there during the event. Ed doesn't really have anything of substance to say, and he quickly leaves. There's another elevator shaft in the corner, this time with a gate secured by screws. Will uses his screwdriver to remove the barricade, climbing into the elevator shaft. He moves downward, revealing a hallway into an entirely different section of the building. To the left is a boiler room of sorts with a large pool of water in the middle and a valve at the bottom. A water tank sits in the corner. A ladder leads to the top of it, which Will climbs. To his dismay, the headless doll waits there for him. Will climbs back down, quickly trying to leave the room. He reaches for the door handle only to find it covered in hair. He jumps back, falling directly into the pool of water. Keith hears a loud splash, sprinting into the tank to rescue Will before he drowns. He even lights up a fire to help warm Will up. Keith isn't going to force Will to leave without Pop, but Will is losing hope. Pop keeps running away. What if he hates Will now? Keith shares a story of losing his only pet as a child, telling Will that he shouldn't give up on his search. Keith agrees not to call the police or Will's school until Pop is found. He asks Will to keep an eye out for a ring while searching. He usually wears 2, 1 platinum and 1 gold, with the gold one being missing. Before Will leaves, he checks out the 4 lockers in the corner of the room since they match the diagram on his paper. Sure enough, the marked rectangle on the diagram indicates another part of the note he's been collecting. This piece reads V61. Will keeps exploring the corridor, finding a door that leads outside. There's a drain underneath a pipe, presumably connected to the boiler room. If Will can find something to put over the drain as a catcher, he might be able to turn the valve in that room and flush the pipes until Keith's ring falls out. For now, Will explores the rest of the hallway. At the end, there's a secondary elevator shaft. He climbs up the ladder, opening the elevator and stepping inside. This is the elevator that was locked earlier with a key in the back. Sure enough, Will finds the key to the library here and takes it with him. Will returns to the boiler room, grabbing the headless doll and taking it with him. him. If it's with him, he should be able to keep an eye on it so he doesn't scare himself again. Will heads back up to the kitchen, spotting a sieve and taking it with him. This is the perfect item to catch the ring since the water will pass right through it. Will places the sieve on the drain, turning the valve and retrieving the ring scattered among other debris. He heads upstairs to return it to a grateful Keith. Will asks him about the ring. It's fairly misshapen. Turns out that he made it with his son. The kid wanted to make a ring for his mom on Mother's Day, and they messed up pretty badly on their first attempt. They remade it and gave her the nice one, with Keith taking the misshapen one for himself, like a good luck charm. It's too big even for him, hence why it fell off. Will asks how old Keith's son is, learning that he died in a traffic accident years ago, but that he would have been around 10 years old now. Will says that his father died too, from heart failure. It's a rough attempt at comforting Keith, but the detective appreciates it nonetheless. Will next locates the library, using his key to unlock it and look around. The room is entirely empty, at least for right now. Unfamiliar footsteps are coming down from the hallway, and Will needs to hide. In this section, a shadowy figure will enter the room and begin looking around for Will. I know you can successfully hide from him since there's a Steam achievement for it, but I didn't manage to do it during my 2 attempts. The figure is a man with glasses who begins to scream at Will, demanding to know who he is and what he's doing here. Upon hearing the commotion, Keith enters the room. He identifies the man as Robert. Robert is supposed to be staying at the hotel with a subordinate assigned to guard him, but that clearly did not happen. The two seem to agree that they need to have a chat in private, sending Will off in the hallway while they have a talk. It seems like Robert is looking for someone, and Will suspects that it might be Ed. For right now, it seems like he'll have to search for Pop elsewhere. One of the only places Will has yet to explore is the basement, as the staircase is blocked off by a pile of sandbags. Will returns to them, successfully managing to climb over the pile. One of the rooms in the basement appears to be a staff quarters with labeled beds and desks, while the other one is a locker room. Will enters the locker room first, realizing that it has a layout matching the final diagram on his paper. He opens the marked locker, revealing the final piece. When assembled, it reads, "Roll the dice 35, 61, 42. Before Will can do anything with this information, Robert enters the room and strikes up a conversation. He apologizes for scaring Will, asking him why he's here. Will explains that he was separated from his friend and is trying to find them. Robert advises him to give up soon as the snow outside is intensifying. He asks Will about his connection to Keith, although there isn't really anything to talk about. Apparently Keith approached Robert a few days ago regarding the investigation of a murder that took place 1 week prior. Robert insists that he isn't the culprit, although Keith is admittedly still suspicious of him. A man was killed in his apartment. 3 days later, the odor caused by the decaying body grew bad enough for the owner to investigate. Robert claims that he doesn't know who the victim is, as the detectives refuse to reveal that information. Will asks him why he's here in the first place. Robert used to live here when the mental hospital was turned into a homeless shelter. He was very young when he was a resident, and he returned today to visit some past memories. Will doesn't believe this story for a second. Robert reminds the boy to hurry up and find his friends soon. Will thinks aloud, realizing that he should probably warn Ed of the impending weather. Robert turns on his heel, grabbing Will by the throat and interrogating him. How the hell does he know who Ed is? Has he spoken to him? Pop runs into the room, scaring Robert. The man stomps the rat into a puddle. Will enters a fury, throwing himself at Robert and threatening to murder him. Keith enters the room, breaking up the fight and restraining Will. The boy breaks down, sobbing over the loss of his only friend. Will blames himself fully. Keith takes a closer look at the corpse, quickly realizing that this rat doesn't have a crooked leg or missing fur. It isn't Pop. He covers the body with a cloth, reassuring Will that his friend is safe and sound. Will asks if Robert is a killer, but Keith tells him that Robert is a victim before leaving. Will grabs the wooden box shaped like a die, rotating it to input the code from the note he assembled. It pops open, revealing an envelope containing a letter as well as a name tag for Sergio Bowers. In the letter, Sergio reveals that he used to work in Building 3 but is now resigning. He thanks the recipient for showing him kindness and allowing him to swap locations. Sergio was despised in Building 4, especially by a patient named Kenny. Apparently employees aren't allowed to give gifts, so Sergio leaves behind his name tag in the hopes of being remembered. Across the hall is the staff quarters. There's a stack of crumpled letters in the trash, all of which are written by someone named Alice Stanley. The first one states that she left a present for a doctor on their desk. As the letters go on, Will learns that the doctor immediately threw it away each and every time, and Alice continued to find and replace it. Eventually, she got rid of the face and made an addition of her own hair. These letters must be from the patient who made Dr. Dennis Senior take an extended vacation. Will realizes that there's only one doll that he knows that's covered in hair and lacking a face. He removes the headless doll from his bag, placing it atop the desk. After placing the doll down, Will enters the hallway, noticing a shadowy figure on the stairs. It walks away and Will follows. This slow chase continues to the lobby of the building where a door on the second floor is now unlocked. Will uses it, finding himself on a snowy walkway between buildings. Standing there silently is the shadowy figure, a girl with dark hair covering her face. Will recognizes her as Misery, yet another person from his past. We flash back to his schoolyard where he watches Misery crying. He tries to comfort her, agreeing to keep her company until she isn't sad anymore. He wonders if she's lonely, telling her that he's lonely too because everyone avoids him. He decides to name her Misery. She doesn't stop crying, prompting Will to admit that even when they're together, they're alone. Back in the present, Will is worried about this appearance. He hasn't seen many of these people in years, yet here they all are at this abandoned hospital. Mime, Murdoch, and Misery. He stopped seeing them as soon as he met Pop. Will speeds up, even more determined to find his friend. He enters the next building, locating a room with some towels as well as a map. The map is of a location called Sunnyside, which was confiscated from room 3202. On the back, a patient reminisces about many different locations in that town, wishing to one day return and live the life that they used to. He exits the room, finding a map of Building 3. It seems he was just in the staff room. He moves to the kitchen, finding a notebook as well as some red writing on the floor. The notebook is a diary, detailing the activities of some of the patients. The patient in 3202 has been drawing all over the floors, while the patient in 3408 has been freaking out over a feeling of being watched. The employee taped up the bars in 3408 to act as some kind of curtain, but the patient keeps propping up their chair next to the bars and staring out in fear, insisting that the watching continues. Will finds 2 more drawings in this building, one in the showers and one in the room to the south. He even finds the taped up cell, although whenever he tries to walk past, he feels as though he's being watched. There are 2 puzzles to solve here, both of which are intrinsically tied to the patients documented in the employee diary. To solve 3202's puzzle, Will needs to find the 3 places referenced in the map of Sunnyside. The drawings on the floor are all locations on that map. When Will enters cell 3202, a shadowy person will begin to follow him around the building. He examines each of the drawings in chronological order. After this, Will's flashlight begins to flicker, with the shadow of a dog circling him and claiming that he needs to find Pop as he can't do anything by himself. This is Billy, another one of Will's childhood friends. He met the dog at a hospital while his mother was discussing his imaginary friends with a doctor. Billy can talk just like Pop, although he refuses to talk to anyone but Will. To prove that he's a friend, he decides to tell Will a secret. He tells Will that his owner isn't a very good person. He mistreats Billy, frequently forgetting to feed him. He's also unfaithful in his marriage, bringing a mistress to the office regularly. Billy makes sure that Will knows that animals never lie, unlike humans. During Will's meeting with the doctor, he refuses to cooperate, calling him a bad man. When the doctor asks why, Will reveals the secrets told to him by Billy. Will attacks the man, although he's quickly overpowered and thrown into the wall. Will leaves the hospital, listening to one final monologue from Billy. One day, he will meet an animal who knows him well. When this happens, he must follow him. Will denies that the shadow is Billy. The dog was so old that he was on the brink of death when Will was a child, so there's no way he's still alive now, right? To solve 3408's puzzle, Will needs to replicate what the patient was experiencing. He moves the chair over to the bars as described, taking a look through the tape. Some unfortunately placed gaps in that tape seem to be what caused the patient so much trouble. Through them, the poster across the hallway is mostly covered up. The only remaining visible words read out, "Everyone is watching you." Yikes. Will tears down the poster, immediately dispelling the feeling of being watched from the hallway. This allows him to move past the cell where another snowy walkway is present. Will takes a moment to reflect on his life, on how similar he is to all of the patients. What's gonna happen to him? That's when Keith stumbles upon him.
What are you doing out here? You found your rat yet? You said earlier about how Pop could talk. Do you actually think that?
I should have never told you that. I already knew you wouldn't believe me. It's how it's been for a long time. I see animals talking and things others don't see, but no one's ever believed me. The truth is, all animals can talk, but no one believes them, so they don't.
Who told you that?
Old Billy, an old skinny dog at my counselor's place.
Won't talk as nobody will believe it, huh? Sounds like somebody I know. So, what started it?
Huh?
Animals talking? Seeing weird stuff. Was there something that started it all off?
What started it? It was the Hanged Man.
Oh yeah?
Ugh, enough! The more I say, the more you'll think I'm nuts.
Well, suppose you might fall under that category. When I was a kid, I judged a lot by what's visible. This person looks good. This person's athletic. This person's smart. The seeds of imagination get trimmed as soon as they bud, because in a small community, they just get in the way. Not many people can grow them right. If you can get a good flower to bloom, that could be a big advantage to you. Nothing to moan and groan over.
Just stop it! Don't talk like you understand. You're just saying you don't believe me either, right?
Sure, I'm not going to believe you, but I do happen to think it's very interesting. Something wrong with that?
I sort of get what you're saying, but because of my weirdness, people suspect Mom of treating me badly. I don't want to trouble her anymore.
What do you think parents are for? They act like stepping stones for their kids. If you can make her smile someday, it's fine. How about you give up your rat search for today? It's only going to get darker. Besides, David's worried about you.
No, he's not. Like he could be worried about me.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not his cousin. I'm David's little brother. It's just our father who's the same, but for a long time I never knew, but my mom was on the phone the other day.
Mr. Hoover, please, just leave it be. It's all on me. No, I didn't know. But I found out about you later. I couldn't do anything. And I feel terrible about what happened to your mother. Will has nothing to do with this, alright? Please, don't say anything to him. He loved his father. I don't want to disillusion him.
Mom?
Will! Sorry about that. It's time to eat, isn't it? I'll start getting it ready.
I found out by reading Dad's diary. After Mom got pregnant with me, he divorced David's mom. Mom never knew Dad had another family until he died. He kept it a secret the whole time. There were a lot of photos kept in the diary. Photos of David and his mom. He wrote about a lot of old memories and things, too. He also wrote, "I regret abandoning my family." Whenever I meet him, David won't even look at me. I doubt I'll ever be forgiven for abandoning my frail wife and my middle school-aged son. The diary also had a letter in it. The letter came with the man card and said, "You're a demon child."
So that's that letter you have?
I'm sure this letter didn't come from Dad. It must have been addressed to me and he hid it. After all, I stole Dad away from David. It's all because of me. I ruined David's family.
So you think it was David who wrote that letter? And David was the one who called and made your mom cry?
No, not necessarily. It's just I can't think of any other possibility. Mom is always cheerful and tough, but she was crying. If Mom's being threatened by somebody, I'm not able to protect her. Pop tried to stop me. He said, "What good will it do to go? What can you even do?" But I just couldn't stand it. Mom had David's address written down, so I used that too.
Uh-huh. Well, you didn't have to lie and say you were his cousin.
David was the one who said that, after I broke some merchandise at a fishing shop and he got called in.
Eh? What'd you do that for?
Dad liked to fish. He used to take me along. I was lost and wandered into a fishing shop. I saw the same fishing rod Dad used to have. When I thought of how Mom was suffering because of Dad, before I knew it, I was stomping it to pieces. I came to apologize to David, to say I'm sorry for messing up his family. And yeah, I went and did that and caused him more trouble, so I ended up just running away. Why am I such a coward? I don't know what I should do anymore.
Well, not to stomp all over your determination, but I don't think the letter you've got was written by David. That isn't David's writing. And at least in my opinion, he doesn't have the guts to threaten others. He's stupidly good-natured. On top of that, you say David called your mom, but you didn't hear the conversation, right? Isn't it jumping the gun to say he's threatening her?
Then this letter...
Whatever it was that led you here, you came to talk to David, right? And David could have pretended you were a stranger, but he didn't. He decided to take you with him. He must have wanted to talk to you. In which case, you ought to meet him properly. If you think you've troubled him, apologize for it. You're only a real coward if you give up now.
There's one other person I need to apologize to.
Who's that?
The owner of the fishing shop. He was too scared and nervous, so I never apologized for breaking the merchandise.
Then you'd better do that.
Yeah.
I'll be heading out after a little more searching. You should consider the same. If you really want to keep going, there's always tomorrow. See you.
Keith! Keith, was your son important to you?
Yeah, best guy in the world. I still think so now. I wouldn't call your old man's decision right or wrong. Either way, it hurt people, and he regretted it himself. Putting yourself through pain might seem irrational to you, but that's the way a lot of things are. If you butt at everyone, it'll be hard to live. What I can say is, don't grovel. Your old man didn't make his decision for you to do that. It was just his way of settling things. Stick out your chest and don't lose sight of your goal. You didn't come all this way to cry and say, it's my fault, did you?
Will stands up, resolving to find Pop, leave this place, and talk to David. He moves to the next building. A piece of rubble immediately falls from the ceiling. This building isn't as stable as the other ones. Will snags a map for Building 4 from the wall. There are strange red stains on some of the walls that are almost human-shaped. There are lots of patient rooms here, but not like the ones in the rest of the hospital. They're padded cells. As Will progresses, he has a vision of a red hand reaching out for him. Because of this, he's unwilling to progress. This puzzle is an interesting one, and it requires Will to investigate the dining hall in this building. There's a picture on the wall drawn by a boy named Kenny. It seems that he likes to shake hands with good people. But doesn't that sound familiar? Remember the note we found of the employee Sergio being hated by a patient named Kenny in Building 4? He knew Kenny hated him because he would always shrivel away from Sergio, but he would shake everyone else's hands. The vision of a hand in the hallway is caused by Kenny. To progress, Will needs to put on Sergio's name tag from the wooden box. This will prevent Kenny from wanting to shake Will's hand, allowing him to pass through. Upstairs, one of the cell doors is open. Inside is a note claiming that demons are coming from the shower room, the hallway, and even in this cell. Until they're stopped, Will cannot progress. There's a locked gate at the end of the hallway that he can't pass through. To solve this puzzle, Will needs to use the can of spray paint he got at the very start of the game. This time, instead of marking his place in an infinite hallway, Will needs to use this paint to cover up each of the 3 red silhouettes on the walls. Once this is complete, a new cutscene will play when Will Will interacts with the gate at the end of the hallway. A piece of debris falls from the ceiling. Will dodges to the left, landing inside one of the padded cells. Unfortunately, the door closes behind him, locking him inside. Will starts to panic. What is he gonna do? He's completely stuck with no way out, and no matter how much he screams for Keith, no one comes. The Hanged Man card falls to the floor, prompting Will to think about the first time he started seeing unusual things. As a child, he saw a man suspended from a tree. He was too young to understand what he was seeing. But then the man spoke to him. He gives a philosophical monologue about his choice, but it goes right over Will's head. Despite this, he wants to come back again sometime and listen more. The man says that Will can visit him any time, and that he'll be waiting. The next time Will went to visit his new friend, the man was gone, replaced by dozens of flowers. After that day, that's when Will started to see things. Mime, Murdoch, Misery, Billy, and even Pop. Will knows that Pop can't actually speak, he just doesn't want to admit it. Because if he does so, he has to acknowledge that something is wrong with him. Not only that, he would lose his closest friend. Will reflects on it all, on how nobody can see his friends. Are they even real? The man in the woods certainly was, but there's no way that he actually spoke. The only one who ever listened and understood was his father, but he turned out to be a bad person. Will thinks back on what the man in the woods meant. As you grow older and mature, you start to see the dark truth behind normal everyday things. You see the true evil in the world. Will wants someone to guide him, to tell him what to do so he can just be a normal kid and live a happy life. But he can't, because he's the demon child that ruined David's family. Will snaps out of it. He stops crying. Nobody is coming to save him. He has to do it himself. Will grabs the Hanged Man card, folding it into an L shape and using it to pick the lock of the broken door by pushing the bolt out of the way. Will did it. He escaped. This is the first step towards independence. The door is still locked, so Will returns to the main floor of Building 4. He hears a noise from the dining hall, stepping inside and finding Robert. Robert is acting suspiciously, claiming that he wants to apologize to Will for what he did to Pop and for getting so physically aggressive. He also tells Will to keep away from Keith. Will lets him know that it turned out to be a different rat, so he doesn't need to apologize. Robert offers to help look for Pop, but Will refuses. He doesn't want to be around a liar. He calls Robert out on his deceptions. He's not here for nostalgia, he's here to find someone. Robert grabbed Will after the boy mentioned Ed. Even now, he's still looking around. Will defends Keith, claiming that he seems like the one person who will actually look him in the eye and talk to him like a person. Then, Robert snaps. He isn't lying because he wants to. Why did all this happen to him? His life was almost normal. He managed to escape a life on the streets. Robert curses his father, shaking aggressively. Keith enters the room, calling for Will to get away as quickly as he can. Unfortunately, Will is paralyzed with fear, allowing Robert to grab him. He holds Will next to the hole in the floor, demanding that Keith get rid of his gun. Keith tosses it to the floor, but this doesn't satisfy Robert. The gun is kicked into the hole as Robert continues to panic. He insists that he didn't kill his father, no matter how much he hated him. The murder Keith was investigating was the murder of Robert's father? Keith insists that they don't suspect him. The only reason Robert was assigned a guard was for his own safety. The murderer might have had something against the entire family, and Robert could have been the next victim. Keith reminds Robert that he has a family of his own to take care of now. He can't go around threatening children. Robert begs Keith to let his brother Ed go. Robert insists that Ed isn't the kind of person to kill someone. He's gentle and he loves animals and he's just all around a good person. He claims that the one who should have had the right to kill their father was Ed. His terrible stutter is all because of the beatings that he endured. Keith insists that he's not in charge of judging Ed, only catching him. If he's really innocent, that will be proven in court. Besides, would letting him go really bring Ed any happiness? Being forced to live on the run for the rest of his life under suspicion of killing his own father? Robert wants to be left alone. He leaves the room. Will tries to get some more information from Keith. Robert's father was killed? And Ed is his brother? Keith refuses to give any more information. He insists that Will should leave soon, but realizes the futility of the request, leaving the boy to continue his search for the rat. Will continues to think, Ed couldn't have done it, right? He's so nice. He never could have killed someone else, could he? This is where Will makes the second and final ending influencing decision. Here he can choose between searching for and returning Keith's gun or not. Since we're starting with bad end 1, Will doesn't look for the gun, instead rushing to follow Keith. Will makes his way to the padded cells, flagging down Keith and telling him that he knows Ed and that he's here in the mental hospital. Keith demands to know why Will didn't tell him earlier, but Will brings up a good point. He had no clue Ed was wanted for murder. The two realize that this entire time, Robert has been hiding Ed inside of the mental hospital to avoid the authorities. Keith demands that Will stop his search for Pop and leave immediately. Keith plans to catch Ed on his own, but Will doesn't want to leave him by himself. Unfortunately, Keith can't call for help. His phone was destroyed after saving Will from drowning. Keith insists that he escort Will to the exit, but Will manages to convince him that it's better if they split up so Keith can catch Ed faster. As he leaves, Will spots Pop running into the room where Keith's gun is. Will grabs it before chasing Pop into the kitchen. The rat hops down the trash chute with Will soon to follow. He lands in a room full of garbage, wading through it in search of an exit. And when he finally finds a door, he can hear voices on the other side. It's Robert and Ed. This is your final spoiler warning. I'm going to cover each of the game's 4 endings. If you just want to hear my final thoughts before deciding if you want to pick up the game for yourself, please skip to the timestamp on screen right now.
Didn't I tell you to hide over there? Why did you go all moving around?
Sorry, Rob. I was looking for something. This right here, it's Mr. George's notebook. He showed it to you too, right?
That's neither here nor there. Someone found out you're here, Ed. A boy looking for his friend mentioned you.
You mean Will?
Yes, him. And that detective who's after you is here too. If Will tells him about you, it's all over. Let's get out of here, quickly. First things first, I'll get you to Sunnyside. My colleague Miles has a beachside cabin. It's not a popular area. You can hide a while there.
Sorry, Rob. I can't leave here just yet. I've got something to do.
What are you talking about? What do you have to do?
Like I said, it's about this notebook. Will found it for me. Now I know the method. You remember, right? What Mr. George and everybody said.
You can't be serious. You're going to take the word of that insane bastard?
Don't use bad words. I really hate them. Don't you know that?
Shut the hell up! This is not the time!
I'll go to the police.
What was that?
Once I'm done with this, I'll turn myself in. I did something wrong, so that's the right thing to do.
You don't have to do that! Listen, yes, you did something bad. You killed a man. But our old man tormented you for years. He threatened you, beat you, took your money. Who's going to have a problem with his death?
Rob. Thank you for hiding me. Bringing food really helped too. But it's okay now. I don't want you to go through any more trouble for me. And with everyone saying you're a killer, I'm sorry.
You just don't listen, do you? Don't you dare turn yourself in. You don't need to suffer any more for that asshole.
Rob, stop it. Don't use bad words like that.
What's wrong with calling an asshole? And tell me, are you really taking what George said seriously? Don't believe in the ramblings of a criminal. Don't you know it's all goddamn nonsense? All stained with this shithole shit.
Stop it! I told you, I hate it. I hate bad words like that. My head's hurting.
I'm the one whose head is hurting. You're all bastards! Every one of you! Wake up, Ed. You're the biggest victim here.
Stop.
Why do you have to drag us down?
Stop it! 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 Rob? Rob! It happened again. I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry. What should I do? Now it won't be enough. I'll need to go looking. But first... Will. I need to find Will.
Ed has proven to be less stable than anyone could have predicted. He walks off, leaving Will with Robert's corpse. Will is panicking. Why does Ed need him? There's only one door to move through, so Will pushes forward in the hopes that he won't run into Ed.
Will. Did you find your talking rat? Oh, I wanted to meet him. Too bad.
Ed, did you kill your dad?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. That day I messed up at my job at the Chinese place and got fired. When I got home and told my dad, he got really mad and hit me. He always hit me, but he said something that time. Why do you make me suffer? Because of you, I'm unhappy. It was a huge shock. I always thought that by working and everything, I was making him happy. But before I knew it, he was on the floor, bloody. My hands were all bloody too. I killed my dad and fell into the pits of unhappiness. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to disappear somewhere. That's when I remembered this place. We were poor and suffered, but I liked how everyone helped each other here. Once I got here, Rob came for me. He figured I must have been hiding here. It seems like Rob was doing all sorts of things to help me escape. He brought me clothes and food. But still, I've decided I won't run anymore. Between Dad and Rob, I've done unforgivable things.
You'll go to the police?
Yeah, once I'm done with something important.
Something important?
What Mr. George taught me. All the homeless people who lived here suffered because we were people who couldn't work and did bad things and betrayed people. The priest said we were punished for our deeds, so we had to do good work for society and make everyone happy. Mr. George said all the years you suffered, those were the best years of your life. But they weren't happy years. No matter what, we couldn't become happy. After all, for someone to be happy, it takes the sacrifice of other people, especially sinful people. The same way our sacrifice made other people happy. For us to become happy, we had to sacrifice others. That's why Mr. George and the people who agreed with him did that.
You mean The incident 15 years ago.
Right. He called it like a ritual to become happy. Rob dismissed it as just self-destructive. I guess someone like him couldn't understand. Someone who could work hard and crawl out.
But they were all arrested, right? The ritual didn't make them happy at all.
It's not about good and evil in the law, and it's not about good and evil in society. It's a trial to become happy. It's just the first step to escape from your suffering. It's not the result at the end that's important. It's the process.
I don't get it.
I guess you wouldn't. But that's fine. This is our philosophy that only we know. No one else needs to understand it. Will, it was when I met you and heard your words that I was reminded of Mr. George's teachings. When I first saw you in the hall, you were confessing. I'm a demon child. Because of me, a family fell apart. I'm glad I met you. I want to be happy too.
Will's life is in danger, and he needs to leave now. He bolts through the hallways, stumbling into Keith on the snowy walkway. Keith asks why Will is still here, prompting Will to tell him everything about the encounter between the brothers. Keith and Will move to leave the building. Before Keith can arrest Ed, he needs to make sure that Will is safe. Before they can make it through Building 3, the ceiling collapses. Keith pushes Will out of the way. When Will finally gets to his feet, there's blood everywhere. Keith is badly hurt. Will runs to grab towels to stop the blood, but by the time he returns, Ed is already there, standing over Keith's unconscious form. He knows that Keith is a detective. He's seen him in magazines before, and in Ed's eyes, Keith is an awful person responsible for a lot of deaths. It's good that he has Keith now, since he now has to atone for Robert's murder too. When this is all over, he can finally be happy. Ed tells Will to follow him and to not try anything. If Will does anything suspicious, Ed snaps Keith's neck.
The rope's a little long. Will, do you have a knife or something? Lend it to me. Now I'll hit you up and cut open your stomach. That's what Mr. George did, right here. It said so in the notebook too. It might hurt, but it'll be over quick. Just endure it. Thank you, Will. I'm really glad I met you.
Run!
Don't die now. You'll mess up the order. You're supposed to be hanged first. After you're hanged, then... Will, get back here. There's not much point in running. I know this building. I'll catch up quick. So, okay? Come back.
Will! Run!
Will sprints away, darting into one of the cells and cowering in the corner. Ed's footsteps grow louder, then more distant. Will quickly moves back to check on Keith, only to learn that it's far too late. Keith is dead.
That's right. You'll be like this too. It was going to happen sooner or later. Behold, this is what your future is. Cornered by the irrational, driven to death, you will be next.
No! I won't be held. Never! I'm not like you! I won't end up like you! I'll do it! If doing nothing will get me killed, then I'll...
You came back. I went pretty far looking for you. Well, let's get started. I'm going to the police station, so I need to be quick. Will? Why? Will, it hurts. My leg hurts. It hurts. My arm. Stop, Will. Don't shoot. No, Rob, help. Please, no. Help.
Serves you right! This is because you left me no other choice! I guess it's that simple. It's kill or be killed. If I don't do anything, then someday I'll be driven into a corner and killed. So then, anyone who corners me, I'll do this to them. That's right. That's what I came here for, isn't it? Anyone who makes me or Mom suffer, I won't give them a chance. I'll get rid of them all. That's what I need to do to live. I'll never be a man! David? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disappeared like that. I wanted to talk about something, but I got too nervous and ran away. But it's okay now. Okay. Thank you. I'll be fine. I won't get lost again. I'll head there now, David.
This ending is fascinating. Seeing Will finally break was haunting. The fight was over, yet he kept going, just like Ed. One murderer was replaced by another. The murder of Robert was terrifying, and it was the perfect way to show just how unstable Ed truly was. And introducing someone that Will felt he could trust before taking them away was heartbreaking. We got that ending by allowing Sophie to walk away and by not giving Keith his gun back. To get Bad End 2, we need to go back to our earlier save state and run after Sophie. Will stops Sophie, apologizing for what he said. He thanks her for helping him look for Pop, claiming that he can handle the rest himself since she doesn't like rats. He promises to go back to David, asking her not to tell David where he is for right now. Sophie is worried about Will's well-being, but she agrees to stay silent. She will wait for a few hours, and then if he doesn't arrive at David's house, she'll come back for him so they can look for Pop together. Sophie makes him promise not to do anything dangerous. The two lock fingers in the world's most sacred bond, a pinky promise. The rest of the game is the same from that point up until the endings. To get Bad End 2, Will needs to head straight for Keith without grabbing his gun, just like last time. Will talks to Keith, he agrees to leave, Pop appears, Will grabs the gun, Will chases Pop down the trash chute, and the brothers argue on the other side of the door.
Who's there? You. Who are you? Will's friend. Did you hear us talking?
I didn't hear anything.
Don't lie!
Let go! Let go of me!
Rob, no violence.
She was listening to the whole thing. She knows I was hiding you. And your next hiding place.
No! Help, somebody! Mr. Keith! Mr. Keith!
You know that detective too?
Rob!
Come on!
The brothers leave and Will rushes to find Sophie. Her body is crammed in a locker, bruised from both ropes and fists. She's not breathing. Will tries to find Keith, this time without running into Ed. He's a blubbering mess and is completely unable to explain what happened to Sophie. Keith decides to escort Will out before looking for Sophie. The ceiling still crumbles and Keith still gets injured. Will once again leaves to gather towels.
Are you... Edward?
You're a detective, huh? I saw you in a magazine my father had. You're bleeding a lot. My coat's dirty, but it should stop the blood.
Don't touch Keith!
Will, he's wounded.
I said don't touch him! Get away from him!
Will?
Move! Get out of here! Don't lay a finger on Keith!
Will, calm down. Put down the gun.
But I need to treat him.
Shut up! You damn murderer! You killed Sophie!
What?
Sophie, she came back here for me. She made that promise with me. Why? Why did you do that to Sophie? You bastard! I'm gonna kill you!
Wait, don't fire. That gun's...
No, don't shoot. Will, please!
Shut up! My hands. My hands.
It's okay, Will. Calm down.
Whoa! What's going on?
Call an ambulance. Get him to a hospital.
Why did this happen?
The hammer broke when I dropped the gun. I noticed and tried to stop him, but it was too late. I take full responsibility.
Detective? Will wants to talk to you.
It's all my fault. Sophie came back because I made that promise with her. When Sophie got captured, I was too scared to move. I didn't go save her right away. That's why Sophie died.
Sophie's not dead.
Huh?
She was strangled and lost consciousness, but she's woken up now. She's at another hospital for inspection.
Thank goodness. I was so scared. I thought Sophie died because of me. In the end, the only idiot was me. I got the wrong idea and went nuts. I even ended up losing the hand I made our promise with. Now I can't touch anything, or write anything, or hold hands with anyone.
I'm sorry. It was all my fault.
Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize. You don't do anything wrong. It's all my fault. I reap what I sow. Isn't that right? Say something, Keith. Keith, wait! Don't go! Keith! Keith!
Will, please, calm down.
Let go! Let go of me! Keith! Come back! Keith!
That's why I told you to find him quickly. You can't do anything alone, so going and doing that, you just lost the hands you need to hold anybody else's. But maybe it's for the best. If you stay in here, you'll be safe, even on your own.
Where's Pop? I want to see Pop.
I'm afraid he's passed away. But it's all right. I'm here. Mime and Murdoch and Misery, we're all here with you, just like old times. You shouldn't look out the window. Don't you remember? Out the window is the woods, and there, the Hanged Man is waiting for you.
I think this is the saddest and most shocking ending in the game. The explosion came out of nowhere, and the illustration for it was the most intense thing I've seen in any Uri game. Will's emotions about the loss of his hands is tear-jerking. Listening to him describe everything he'll never be able to do in his lifetime is so ridiculously sad. Hearing both Keith and Will blaming themselves for what happened, and then Keith just leaving halfway through the conversation, it just hurts. Billy's return was definitely a bit confusing, but it'll all be explained when we compile some of the endings with notes from the developer at the end of the video. For now, it's time for Bad End 3. This one requires Will to apologize to Sophie and return Keith's gun. Here, the interaction with Keith goes almost exactly the same until the end, where Will gives the weapon back and Keith expresses gratitude. Now that the detective is armed, hopefully there will be a different outcome. Will once again chases Pop down the trash chute and eavesdrops on the brothers.
Rob. Thank you for hiding me. Bringing food really helped too. But it's okay now. I don't want you to go through any more trouble for me. And with everyone saying you're a killer, I'm sorry.
Why did this have to happen to us? It's completely irrational. Ed, please, run away. You're a good man. I don't want you to suffer anymore.
I won't run. Rob, you can run. You're happy now, aren't you? You have a wife, a kid. If I make you and your family unhappy, I'll be really sad. I won't tell anyone you hit me. So, okay, Rob? Run away. I want to be happy too. Will, I wanted to meet your talking rat.
For some reason, Sophie didn't show up here. Will heads to the hallway where Ed isn't present. When he gets to the walkway, Will runs into Sophie instead of Keith for some reason. We never actually get an explanation as to why this change is present. Will warns her about there being a killer on the loose in the hospital, and both of them make a run for it. On their way back to the entrance, they run into Ed sitting in the hall.
Ed!
Is that him? The killer?
Sophie, don't get in front of me!
Will.
Stay away! Keith!
Will, Sophie, get over here. Edward Hayes, do you know who I am?
A detective?
That's right. You've been here the whole time?
Yes.
I see. I didn't think I'd find you here. Everyone thought you were miles away by now.
I'm sorry. I'll go with you.
Will you now? That's good to hear.
But first, there's something I want to do. Could you wait a little while?
Can't do that. You're coming with me now, or else.
But...
Edward, you understand you've done something wrong. So you know what you should do, right? Right now, put what you have to do ahead of what you want to do.
Detective, please tell me something. Can I become happy?
I don't know. But if you make up for your crime and work hard, then it's possible. It'll just take time.
I understand. Will, I didn't mean to hide it, but sorry for scaring you. I wish I could have met you a little sooner.
Ed?
Let's go, Ed.
Rob! Stop! Don't do this anymore.
Hide them. And you're going to help us.
Rob!
I've made up my mind. I'm not abandoning you ever again. You killed our father because I left you behind. It was all my fault. Ed, escape with me. It'll be hard, but we might be able to get away. If you're going to hell, I'm coming with you. There's a car at the exit of the woods. Let's go, quickly. But first...
Raph, don't!
I know. Show me your bag. William Morton, huh? You came a long way. What kind of family you got? Parents? Voice box not working? Oh well, no need for you to talk. Just listen. You helped us hide their bodies. Understand that? You're our accomplice. If you go telling anybody about this, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth to kill you. Not just you, your family too. Even if the police get me, whatever it takes, however many years, I'll find you. You think that's irrational? So do I. Irrational things have made me and him suffer all our lives. If you let out this secret, you can consider yourself haunted by them too. Of course I know it's not justified, but what of it? I just can't stand this world anymore. I hate it all so much. I'll just take out anyone who tries to corner us. Be a good grown-up, Will. Keep your mouth shut. If you do, you and your family can live in peace too.
I'm sorry, Will.
Hey, kiddo! Sure is snowing today. What's the matter? Lost? Whoa, what's wrong? Hey, get up!
Will.
Cindy, is it? Seems your son collapsed near the woods. He had his student ID on him, so we contacted the school, but he's pretty weak and won't say a thing.
He's been gone since yesterday. I've been looking for him ever since. I can't believe he went out this far.
Huh, so he ran from home. Well, glad we found him. You're free to head on back now.
Why did you disappear like that? Why come to this town? Did you have some business here? You can't say. I've run away from home before, when I was a little girl, you know? There wasn't much reason. I just wanted to see a new world. I hope that's what it was for you too.
Mom. I love you.
I love you too, honey.
I can't tell anyone. If I open my mouth, Mom will be in danger. If I keep it shut, I can go back to life as usual. That's the only thing I can do. Because I'm weak. So that's the only way I can protect Mom. I just ran away from home. That's all I did. That's right. I didn't see anything. And nothing happened. Deep in those woods.
I really like Keith's honesty during this ending and Ed's willingness to change. He really does care about his short-lived friendship with Will and wishes things could have gone another way. And Robert's intrusion was baffling. He shot a detective and a teenager, then emotionally tormented a child, all for his brother's sake. He didn't even consider that his brother would most likely be put into a facility where he could get help for his trauma. Ed could re-enter society, just like Robert did. The decision was completely selfish. He could have had a life being there for his family and making sure his brother got the help that he needed, but he threw it all away. He abandoned his family and ruined Ed's last chance at happiness, all because of his own sick sense of justice regarding the death of his father. The psychological toll that he takes on Will is horrifying to think about. Will isn't knowledgeable enough to realize that he was under duress while helping to move the bodies. Even though Will could go to the authorities at any time and receive nothing but support and protection, he doesn't know that it's an option. Watching a man murder two friends in cold blood before memorizing the information of Will and his family was just too traumatizing. Robert has done irreversible damage to Will's psyche. The close shot of Will's face on the train as he and his mother ride home was really what sells this for me. This isn't a face expressing sadness, it's a face expressing resolve. Resolve to protect his family no matter the cost. I guess he's kind of similar to Robert in that way. That concludes all of the bad endings to this game. To get the good ending, Will cannot go after Sophie. She needs to be far away from this hospital, safe and sound. Then, Will needs to arm Keith. He returns the gun, chases Pop one final time, and eavesdrops on the brothers. This interaction is exactly the same as in Bad End 1. Ed beats Robert to death before running away in tears. Will tries to escape but runs into Ed in the hallway. Keith is injured by the debris and both he and Will are kidnapped by Ed. But this time, Keith has a weapon.
It might hurt, but it'll be over quick. Just endure it. Thank you, Will. I'm really glad I met you.
Keith!
Don't move. I'll untie the rope.
Keith! Keith! Get up! Come on! What do I do? I need to get away from here. But... What should I do?
Ah, jeez, I can't stand to watch this. Looks like you've gotten yourself in one heck of a mess while I've been running around, eh, Will?
Pop! Please help me! I don't know what I should do. Tell me!
Use your head. You can't be relying on me forever.
I can't. I can't do anything.
Oh, really? You realize if you do nothing, that guy'll kill you?
I don't want that.
Well, you could always just save yourself.
No! I definitely don't want Keith being killed.
Then you better do something. He'll come back while you're dawdling. Oh, fine. I'll give you a hint. Beat it!
Huh? What are you talking about? I can't run away and leave Keith behind.
Will. You're a clumsy coward. Running's your strong suit, right? Just gotta add a little courage to it. I've given you enough hints now. To protect the guy, you gotta run. You get me?
I see what you're saying. But if I mess up, I know. I'll look for a weapon.
Don't even think about it. Sure, even a rat like me can bite back at a cat when he's cornered. But what happens after that? Once you taste blood, you'll do it again. Will, you've been kept up in your room, looking out the window, and you felt like that showed you what the world was, so you despaired. You're scared, afraid that man's hanging from the tree outside, wondering if you'll end up like that too. But that window's fogged up. You gotta leave the room on your own 2 feet, so take the first step. You're not a guy who's taken by delusions and hurts people. Ain't that right? Show 'em the funky strength of your fight.
This really cemented my hatred for Pop. I feel like a life or death situation isn't really the greatest time for a vague and drawn out life lesson. It's not the time for hints. He could have easily just said, Keith needs some time to escape, get Ed's attention, and distract him for as long as you can. But you know what? Whatever. It's fine. It's a stupid rat. We've established that Pop can't actually be talking, so this all just has to be some kind of internal conflict.
Will.
Keith!
Hide somewhere. Look for a chance to get out of here. Don't let Edward find you.
But what are you gonna do? Once he comes back, he might kill you.
You don't have to worry for a grown-up kid. Think about your own safety.
But...
Listen. Your father died when you were young, but I know he never wanted you to die like this. So, do what I'm telling you. Please.
You're right. But I could tell you the same thing. I know your son wouldn't want you to die like this. I'm going to get his attention and lead him away from here. That way he won't come near you. While I do that, you hide. And when you can, get out of this building.
Stop. Don't be rash.
Keith. Thanks for protecting me. Again and again. I'm glad I can meet you.
Will!
Damn it. Don't cry. Stop shaking. You can do this. You gotta do this. I know you can definitely do this. Yeah, show them, Will. Go show them how you're not a useless brat.
Will.
Hey, asshole! You want to kill me, right? Go ahead and try, but I bet you can.
I told you, you shouldn't use bad words. I really hate them.
Oh yeah? So what? You think I care what you like or hate? I'm not gonna play along with your shitty philosophy. I'm not like you.
Will!
You angry? Just try and catch me! Dumbass!
For some reason, this is the only chase in the entire game. It's interesting and fun, but it's not without its flaws. Will needs to run away from Ed without getting caught, but as we established earlier, Ed knows all the secret paths built into the hospital. Because of this, Ed will appear in unexpected locations, startling Will during the chase. This is fortunately really easy to take advantage of. The trigger for each of Ed's appearances is always exactly the same, so if you don't think you can make it to the next room, you can easily return to where you came from and try again while knowing exactly where Ed will spawn. If you try and exit the hospital through the most direct route, Ed manages to predict your movements and take you down, admittedly with some unfair super speed. Because of this, the entire chase is just trial and error. Because of Ed's spawn triggers, you can actually stand still at the start of each room and plan your movements. The rotating perspectives can cause a lot of problems here, since you don't have time to stop and read signs. You just have to try and use the maps to the best of your ability. The one location where I wasn't able to plan out my route as much as I would have liked to is right here. Ed's spawn trigger is right here at this door. Will needs to take the staircase, which only has one tile of clearance for the hallway on the very far right side of the wall. To pass this, you need to know about the staircase's hitbox, hug the right side of the wall, and remember to account for the terrible staircase mechanics in this series where you have to move up, then to the side, over and over again to get up the staircase. This is one of the few times where you can't run back and try again. You have to start all the way from the start of the chase. Once Will gets to the entrance hall, he bolts through the door. He taunts Ed, weaving through the forest. Unfortunately, his luck does not last, and he runs into a dead end.
Will.
Keith should be long gone by now. I told him to run away while I was leading you around. There's no point in just taking me, right? So this is it for you! Ed. I was always uneasy. I was worried I was delusional and nuts. So the fact that you believed me about Pop and understood what I was saying, it made me happy. But it's no good. If you completely go into your own world, you're ultimately going to be all alone. You can't keep living like that. You won't have faith in yourself. I need to get out of the room I've been in. I need to become an adult. Don't you too? Sacrificing someone won't make you happy. Even if it does, you'll definitely regret it someday. Especially when you're as kind as you are. You need to leave that rundown place and shake off those delusions haunting you. Atone for your crimes, Ed. That's what you need now.
Help me, Will. I don't know what to do anymore. I know there's something wrong with me, but then what should I do? Dad and Rob, they're gone. No one can tell me anymore. Please, listen to what I'm saying. There's no other way.
Even if you become happy that way, it'll still just be you. You'll always be all alone. And someday, you'll end up hating yourself. I don't want that at all. I'll never be a hanged man!
Will, are you okay?
Sophie! Keith!
You did good. That was pretty cool.
Will!
Does your injury still hurt?
It's better when I'm moving around instead of sitting still. Maybe it hurt less if you gave it a little kiss.
Not in front of a child, honey.
He's not a child anymore.
Then, I guess I can't say no.
That's right. I'm not a child, so do as you please.
So you're awake. How are you feeling?
My soul's hurt like hell.
I'll bet they do, after all that running around.
Are you okay? Should I call a doctor?
Are you Keith's wife?
Yes, I'm Helena. It's nice to meet you. Your mother's on her way here now. You can meet her soon. I'll go tell the doctor you woke up.
Thanks.
She seems nice.
There's no seems about it. She is.
Keith, what happened with Ed?
He confessed to his father's murder. He's being questioned now. Robert's seriously injured, but he's alive. We're waiting for him to regain consciousness. Their trial will be starting soon. You might need to give some testimony. Are you up for it?
I'll be okay. I can see what happened. David.
Keith, thanks for calling me.
You're late. He just woke up now. I'll step out for a second. Take over for me.
David. Ow!
You idiot! What were you thinking? Disappearing without saying a thing.
But, I mean...
No buts. Do you know how long I was looking for you?
I caused you trouble, so I thought I shouldn't cause any more.
Didn't you realize disappearing would make me worry more? Doing something so conceited and selfish. You're like your father that way.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's talk a little. And don't run this time. Got it?
Okay.
It's cold. I'll go on ahead.
Mom? Sorry for worrying you.
You're saying that now? I worry about you every day. I'm glad that I got to have a proper talk with David thanks to you. Though, leaving without a word to me, not so much. If you make dinner tomorrow, I'll forgive you. I look forward to it. The train's about to leave. Come on, quickly.
Will!
Sophie.
Good, I made it in time. You're leaving already?
I decided to go back home for now.
Ah, that's good. Did you find Pop? Oh, really? Too bad. I heard about you and David. Did you talk with him?
Yeah.
What did he say?
If it's fine with you, you can think of me as a big brother. I want to get along with you. He's so dumb. There's no good reason to have a gloomy guy like me as a little brother.
What are you saying? David said that because that's what he wants. Or is it because you don't want that?
No. It made me really happy. Sophie. Thanks for everything. For helping me out.
You should really look at people when you thank them.
Stop it! Don't touch me, you dummy!
Sorry to butt in, you two.
What is it, Mr. Keith?
Will, I brought something you forgot. Couldn't be bringing it into the hospital naturally.
Huh? Pop!
I think this guy might understand humans after all. He was acting up, but when I said I'd take him to Will, he settled down.
You went looking for him?
I was just wandering around during investigation and caught him in a net. That's all.
Why did you have a net on an investigation?
Every detective needs one. Don't forget it. Cold out here. David said once it warms up, he wants to go to a baseball game with you. So come back in spring.
Give me a call when you come visit. I'll tell you all the good places in town that aren't those creepy woods.
Okay. Thank you. I'm really glad you came back to me, Pop. You're hungry, right? Want some cheese? Pop? Hey, Pop. Mom's asleep. You can talk now. You won't talk anymore? I see. Well, it's fine. Whether you talk or not, you're still my friend. That was a really long day. Feels like a lot changed. I'm not even sure what exactly, but I'm sure there's been a really big change. A long time ago you told me, before I parted ways with you, I had to become a real good man. After this, I feel like I've come a little closer. I'm still cowardly, no courage. I don't know what's wrong or right. But still, I'm not a demon child. Even without someone teaching me about the world, I'll be fine. I'll meet lots of people, go lots of places. I'll find it myself. So much snow. I hope spring can come soon.
I love getting to see Will and Ed's conflict after the chase. Will is one of the few people who knows what Ed is going through, at least to an extent. Their conclusion was really well written. I'm glad that Sophie knew that Will didn't mean what he said and that she was willing to come back with Keith to save him. She was genuinely worried too. Keith's praise was wholesome and it showed how he's still a little bit awkward with people. I love getting to see Helena again. She was one of my favorites from the Boogeyman, and she truly makes Keith a better person. Knowing that Ed was brought into captivity and that Robert is alive is very reassuring. I hope that after Will testifies in court, Ed can get the help that he needs and Robert will come to understand that this was the right choice. David immediately filled the big brother role perfectly, decking Will even while he's in the hospital because of how worried he was. No matter how many characters they introduce, David will always be my favorite, especially after he was so willing to welcome his half-brother into his life. As much as I dislike Pop, I'm glad he's back. He doesn't speak anymore, but that's for the best. Will doesn't need him to. He's grown a lot and is becoming more independent. This ending is one of my favorites in the entire series, and it really warms my heart. While I still regard The Boogeyman as my favorite in the Strangeman anthology, I absolutely adored the finale. Uri is a masterful storyteller, and I plan to keep an eye on her future releases. She did announce 2 side games in the series, although there's very little information about them online, and it's been almost 7 years, so my hopes aren't exactly high. There's one last thing to look through before I wrap things up. In 2017, Uri put out a tweet stating that for every like she got, she would reveal a hidden detail about one of her games. This got more of a response than expected, and it ended up with her cutting off the deal at 100 facts. The last section was all about the finale. I'm going to read off a few of the facts that I feel are the most important to the story. If you want to read the rest for yourself, I'll leave the page in the description. 81. The things Will saw as a child were basically imaginary friends. The man in the forest's body and Pop do exist, so strictly speaking, it's not quite that. I take this to mean that Mime, Murdoch, and Misery are all figments of Will's imagination, but that the animals and the man in the woods were real. He imagined pre-existing physical entities that shouldn't be talking as if they were somehow able to do so. This does raise a few questions, like how did Will get information from Billy if he wasn't actually able to convey information? Uri only confirms that Pop and the man in the woods are real, so maybe there was some kind of ghost information with Billy? My personal theory is that Will just unconsciously made these observations. He could physically see that Billy was malnourished, so that one isn't too hard. As for the infidelity, Billy draws a lot of attention to the strong smell of perfume in that room. I think that odor was enough for Will to put 2 and 2 together. 83. Mime was born from the fear of something being there in the dark. 84. Murdoch was born from the irritation of being unable to properly get along with others. Even when trying to befriend others, he just gets teased, further isolating him. 85. Misery was born from his sadness due to being alone. She has no relation to Alice Stanley from the hospital. You just see Misery in the hallway because reading Alice's letters reminds Will of his feelings of loneliness. These are interesting insights into why the imaginary friends came to be, but I think the ones about the physical entities are a lot more interesting. 86. Billy reflects lonely Will's desire for someone he can put his absolute trust in, since animals don't lie. Having some paternal elements assigned to him, he sounds a bit controlling sometimes. 87. Pop assumes the role of an ideal father, which Will sought as he was beginning to come to terms with his father's death, so he doesn't get pushy or try and restrict Will's actions like Billy does. He teaches Will lots of things and affirms him. 90. Pop's name comes from Papa, as in father. So those last 2 kinda weird me out. The entire game I was getting more like irresponsible friend/brother vibes from Pop. I can't really see him as a father figure in any capacity. He seems too irresponsible for a role like that, and he was even insulting Will by the end of the game just to try and light a fire under him. I don't know, it just feels off. This is of course a 14-year-old's idea of what an ideal father is, so maybe it's that? 98. The next game for the series, Spinoff 1, is planned to be a short serious one. It should be done fairly quickly. 99. Spinoff 2, planned to come after the above, is planned to have some elements of comedy. The content might be tough for some people. Since this was posted in 2017, I don't think there's any hope of us getting these spin-offs anytime soon, but that doesn't mean we should give up entirely. So that's it. After 9 months, that's really it for the Strange Men Anthology. I'm not exaggerating when I say this is one of the best game series I think I've ever played. It had its flaws when it came to gameplay, but the majority of the time I understood what I had to do and why. Every single story was incredible. Everything was well written and emotional, which elevated RPG Maker horror to a level I never thought was possible. I can't believe how lucky I am that this was the first RPG Maker horror series that I ever played. I truly believe that it's a masterpiece, and I will never be able to do it the justice that it deserves. Now that you've seen it all, do yourself a favor and pick up the games for yourself. They're technically free, but I would highly recommend that you throw some support Uri's way and get them on Steam just for a few dollars. Please take the time to experience these stories firsthand. I guarantee you it'll be worth every second. Thank you all so much for the support throughout the run of this series. I hope to see you all again. Have a great rest of your day.